The obligatory slug of coffee moment. Hey Kakazi. Eagle Beans. Watto and welcome. Or Treatsy. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Kakazi, that is a first. That is a first. That's the thing when people start getting into the Hall of Legends. On the one hand, it's sad because it's like, you know, you're no longer taking part in the game, but then you get to see who else is playing. You get to almost sit with me in the bleachers. I'm like, who's gonna hit that button first? Whoop-ah! Which, by the way, was Lance. Lance, Watto and welcome. How goes it? Okay, this month is still wide open. Though, so Lance, this now puts you in joint first with Dustin, but you and Dustin only have 2. Everybody else has 1. And Wolfcred, you may not be first. First in my heart. Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends. Come on in. Hoffers, Watto and welcome. You know what, Lance? My brain read that weird, and we don't need to go there. So, how you all doing? Tell me your tales.
I heard this for a moment, but that's a totally different thing.
Stay hydrated. No, and Bacon, thank you. I don't feel like I got to say a proper thank you after yesterday, but you appreciate it. It's nice being able to continue doing this. Big fan. Big fan. Okay. So, you lovely Mother Hubbards, come on in, come on in. Yeah. I hope you're all doing splendid. Nothing really games news-wise to talk about. So yeah, we're going to be playing a very calming crafting game this afternoon. Which hopefully does not get me on any watch lists, but we'll see how it goes. Oh, I can promise you a mostly World Cup free environment. And that's really it. I haven't gotten to watch the grand finale of The Amazing Digital Circus, so don't tell me anything. Although it did only go live like an hour ago. And it's an hour long. So, yeah. Steam Next Fest continues. At this point, all the YouTubers have gotten their kind of like their top 5s and top 10 lists out there, and what is making me really smile about this Steam Next Fest is that, one, there's no horseshit in terms of like AI slop in any of one's top 5 or top 10s, but also that the breadth and variety, it really does feel like people aren't just copying everyone else for like, hey, what's your top 5 for Next Fest? Can I copy it? Oh yes, you got to see it in theatres. I am jelly. Yes, Scottish fans drank Boston Dry, which is impressive but not surprising. I am enjoying a certain level of Schadenfreude around Uwe Boll's last gasp of relevancy. That's been entertaining me no end. I think it's coming from the fact that Hollywood's latest move is obviously like video game IPs. Ah, DJ Coil, that's so great! I can have him in a second. Hello, Watto and welcome. Heck y'all. Salons. It's actually nothing bad. He's casting a guy who multiple people insinuated. Well, okay. The story was that the individual that he has cast in his newest offensively bad movie was notable for expressing cannibalistic intent on DMs to people. Deal with that as you will. The gentleman has not... I shouldn't say gentleman. Hookshot says it's illegal to relax. Then I am way ahead of you. Basically, with Hollywood going all in on video games, IPs and franchises, I think no one's come to knock on his door. Now, for those who don't know, Uwe Boll made a shitload of video game movies that are predominantly fucking awful. And he did it so that he could get tax rebates. He basically worked out the producer scheme, but without him going to jail at the end. So he's been making shitty video game movies for years. Now Hollywood's all in on video games, no one's knocking on his door. So he announced that he was going to do a spiritual sequel to the House of the Dead movies. Sure, mate, sure. And he has announced that his newest film, which is absolutely horrific in its premise, he's doing that kind of like late 90s, 2000s thing of trying to be the edgiest edgelord to get coverage, which, well, never works. I mean, Wolfgrad, they're all bad. They're all bad. The varying levels of bad, that's the discussion. But, I mean, most of us here are old enough to have survived Postal's inevitable downfall into biting satire to "Are you mad, bro? Bro, are you mad?" Oh, Simple Chaos. What's and welcome. So yeah, I'm not going to tell you the premise of the movie. I'm just make you angry. It's going to bomb. And he's going to go around and say, "Oh, it's not that my movie was bad. It's that I was too edgy for you all." He is literally the drunken toddler desperate for attention. And this makes me extremely happy. Fuck that guy. It's also the point of, like, at any point in his career, he could have started to make films that meant something, that were something. A lot of people talk about Rampage, which is a very uncomfortable watch, but is surprisingly nuanced for a movie about a terrible thing. And then he made 2 sequels that were fucking awful. He hasn't challenged anyone to a boxing match yet. Aaron Hoffa's pretty much. But it's hilarious because the reason why the video game Hollywood machine works right now is because there is enough care and nostalgia for us old fucks. And it's bright and colourful and fun for new people coming in, you know? You want to watch the Fallout TV show? You don't need to have seen a fucking thing. But I had a ton of fun with it. Like, there is a musical number in at least one episode that is perfect. You know, the Sonic the Hedgehog movies are bright and colourful, and there is enough to love if you are an old Sonic fan. But I assume it, you know, keeps the kids entertained. I haven't seen Mario Galaxy, and the Mario movie has done very, very well. My opinion really does not matter. Please stop giving roles to Chris Pratt, please. But again, there were a lot of jokes and little things in that my, you know, video game loving brain was like, "Oh, I recognise that." Whereas his stuff was always bad. It never took the source material with any kind of sincerity, with any kind of care. His House the Dead movie has nothing to do with House the Dead. There are zombies in a house. There is a house. There are dead people in it. I guess it's technically the House of the Dead. At least the Dead or Alive, the video game, not the Japanese cyber cops versus super criminals movie. At least Dead or Alive, in all its terribleness, is still a fighting tournament about very specific characters. You know? Street Fighter, we've got coked up Van Damme and Raul Julia. What a combo. That should just have been the poster. His stuff was always just, what's the cheapest shit I can bang out and get a tax return? And all of those opportunities to do something, to say something, which he just took as like how to make a quick buck, now his relevancy forgotten. His articles only get clicks because of old bastards like me who watched Far Cry the movie 6 times in a row. Anyway, sorry, I'm going off onto tangents. So yeah, tonight we're going to do not quite a crafting stream. We're going to be playing a video game about making something ourselves. Not quite a dadcore, not quite a DIY game, but somewhere in between. Now, what is this game called? Don't worry about it. What is this game called? You and your questions. You and your questions and your nonsense. Don't worry about it. God. Oh, sorry, and I forgot to move the mic in. Yeah, we don't talk about Stellar Blade. That's where the nonsense go. Kakazi, I'm sure I have no idea what you could mean. Okay, I've informed Discord that we are live. Oh yeah, no, the Mega 64 video was spot on. But... there are a lot of people who are now in this, I'm trying to think how to phrase it. They're kind of in like a nightmare paradox that, you know... Oh god. Is that a 2 gig update? Ugh. Yeah. Anyway. None of this matters a hill of beans. As I said, there hasn't been anything like video game news-wise to really dive into. The only thing that I really saw was Brendan Green, the creator of the Battle Royale genre, as was announced, is shutting down his project, Go Way Back. Which was a terrible name, but it was essentially an orienteering survival game. It was announced earlier this year that unfortunately it hasn't done well and it's going to be shutting down, but dude turned around and said, look, it's available for free now, so play it, do what you will. Now, Legend did point out that there is an AI disclaimer on that game, and I've had a look over it, and I am prepared to give it a pass on that one because it says clearly what the dataset is, or where the datasets are, and what they are being used for. Like, it's an actual disclaimer. And I don't know. I guess because I know Brendan, I'm prepared to give him a little bit more wiggle room than most. Unlike, say, with...
Oh boy, I can't wait to learn how to make a bouquet with flowers and such. Yellow cake uranium is a flower, right?
Exactly. That's Simple Chaos. Thank you for the bits. Yeah, we're doing a cooking stream tonight. We're making yellow cake. John Deere, Watto, and welcome. You know, I think the reason why I'm prepared to give this a gap and not others is because, like, with Spry Fox, they were using generative AI and they didn't want to tell us. They wanted to sneak it past. With this, they're like, hey, this is what we're doing. This is where our data set comes from. This is how we're implementing it. So yeah, if you want to give it a trundle, it's now free. So yeah, that was about the only thing I saw really today. Well, so Lance, the thing that happened is when all this generative AI stuff started popping off, like, aside from the planet killing aspect, like putting that aside, like, why have we been so vehemently against it? It's because the implementation of generative AI is designed to remove creative people from making video games, remove the people from the people who make games. And a large proportion of the things that people generate are taken from stolen art. They're literally plagiarism machines. Now, back during lockdown, I'm sorry I keep bringing him up, but Star Saint Germain, who's worked on a whole bunch of games, put together a few projects using their own adversarial network. They fed it the data set, they made it do cool, funky things. I know, I got into Gundams, they got into smart people shit. And it was really interesting to see what they did. Now, sadly, one of the projects they showed me, one where they fed their art into a adversarial network to hallucinate more art, never got picked up. And this was long before the AI craze. It didn't get picked up because it didn't get picked up. People weren't, and still aren't, signing games like they used to. But it was wildly creative. And fuck it, it was a triple triad tarot card game, and it was fucking good. I may actually let me replay the vertical slice at PAX a couple years back. It was great. And we also played the DreadX game with the language learning model that you spoke to that broke my hard drive. Like, with Face Miner, again, they're very clear about this is what it was used for, this is the data set that was used, and this is the output. You know, the problem that we're seeing is that the deluge of stuff that we're getting is not, you know, these people are just going to...
Do you think I could sell Zalavia on El Paso Elsewhere 3 where we take on Adam? I think Cade could be a solid first-person shooter.
Araman 1 million years dungeon, and thank you for the 1,000 bits. How are you doing? Come on in, friends, come on in. Seriously, thank you, alright? Everything is a fucking nightmare these days, and yet you lot continue to be lovely. Oh shit, I owe DJ Coil some squats before I start nattering on forever. Alright, DJ Coil, you get your squattage. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. You know. Hell, if you want to talk about hot bullshit, OG PUBG implemented its AI companions, generative AI NPCs that run on your rig, by the way. You know, instead of killing the planet on someone else's server, they kill the planet and your graphics card. You know, those incredibly affordable graphics cards. Anyway. But yeah, like, that's all I've really seen going around. It's been really fascinating. It's been very fascinating to see people's responses to Steam Next Fest. It's been really cool. And Fall Elemental, yeah. There's also that thing of what a lot of users are now starting to say is, like, if they see something that they feel is generative AI, the question is like, all right, what is it actually doing? What is it actually trying to sell me? You know? For a lot of the PlayStation and Nintendo store, as you well know, the idea is to try and trick people into spending $20 through ignorance. You know, Nintendo had to pull down a fake Tomodachi Life. Same with the PlayStation Store. PlayStation Store has been predominantly working by putting up fake shittier versions of indie successes. So like there were like 3 different clones of Schedule 1 on the PlayStation Store right after Schedule 1's big explosion. You know. So DJ Coil, we've heard it. You know, we just haven't gotten any official confirmation, you know. We have enough real bad stuff without the rumors of bad stuff. Like, there's nothing that we can do to help the Bungie homies. With the announcement of Destiny 2's closure, Destiny's player count has spiked. But I don't know if that's been enough to push the needle or otherwise. You know, it's sad to see the end of the old empires, and the fact that the death nail is so stupid, I think, is one of the things that's so upsetting. You know, it really is not a bang but a whimper. See, back in the 2010s, we all theorized that what is happening now would happen, but it would happen because of ballooning costs, not because of the state of the planet and stupid management. As I'm sure you're aware, the thing that happened with a lot of European and American studios is that they would have a success with a small team, and then they would hire people and make a bigger game. And then that game would be a success, so they would hire more people and make an even bigger game, and they would keep doing this. The problem being is that the number of people is what dictates how much a game costs to make. And once you reach a certain point, you can't just start making smaller games. It's alright, Simple Chaos, we've got hours. We can come back around on the joke. And John Deere, I didn't realise they were getting rid of Blueprint, which was one of the best things of UE5. Hey, there's nothing that says that you have to start using UE6, right? Just don't. Just keep UE5. You know? There's some folks who are still using fucking XNA. I don't know, 4 Elements. Both of them lead me to the same conclusion, which is eat the rich. But I digress. Yeah, we all thought that what would happen is that each of the big studios would eventually make a project so large that there is no way they could come back from it, right? Now, things like Call of Duty have managed to sustain because it's not just the game sales, it's also all the rampant monetization, you know, the season passes, the skins. That keeps development paid for and growing during the in-between parts. But for everybody else, like, you know, it's sad because what we should see, eventually every studio will close, and eventually every game online will stop. That's just the nature of the universe. But like, a studio like Bungie should go out on a massive high, like some wildly ambitious project that is impossible. No, and to 4 Elemental, I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. You know, it is exceedingly obnoxious to ask us as consumers to pay for something that, you know, we now know is just being shat out by a plagiarism machine. You know. Yeah, well, and Lance, the problem is the move to anti-documentation is not mad. They want us using the generators, right? And the generators work on this principle of essentially ignorance. Like, if the generators are, if we know how to make our own stuff with documentation, we're not going to go to the generators. So make the process of creating our own original assets complex and obfuscated, so we all go to the big slot machine of the slot shot machine. Oh, fuck you guys. I'm making intelligent points here and you're making me squat. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There we go. And, well, again, fundamental. I've talked about this a lot. Like, I worked at a company that did cloud-hosted stuff, and everybody underestimates how expensive those servers are to run. All right. Bitching. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah. Well, and Kakazi, I also want to bring back. This is why I keep going on these little rants about, like, how good games are right now. You know, this generative bollocks is not selling. You know, what is so sad about seeing the old empires die is they're being killed by essentially a Wile E. Coyote plan, you know. Generative AI is it's the hole painted on the wall that everyone keeps running into. Okay. Oh, no, DJ Coil got the 5. You know, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. Like, hang on, if we go to Steam store page, you know, one of the biggest selling games right now is Mecha Chameleon. This just did 3 million units worldwide in like 2 weeks. Well, 10 days. Right? Well, and see, for Elemental, this is where we started this conversation. It's like, the reason why you should not use generative AI in your project is it's extremely expensive. You don't own your own stuff. It's bad, and it kills the planet. So far, no one I have spoken to has been able to make anything that is interesting, that doesn't horrifically break the bank when using LLM stuff or generative stuff. Right? So, I'm not saying it's impossible. You know, we all took part in the Bureau for Multiversal Affairs, and that was fun. Nobody picked it up, and it was expensive to run. Yeah, and DJ called, the removing of Blueprint is a huge fucking travesty. But as I said, you don't have to move to UE6. You know, hardware's not going to be jumping up in complexity. Right? There's not going to be a situation where we suddenly have another technological leap in the next few years. You know, if anything, everyone's going to need to learn how to make games that run on fucking potatoes. So it's exceptionally funny that Sweeney's running around being like, UE6 is the future. Fuck off, Sweeney. Anyway, I don't want to turn this into just another, like, misery parade. You know, video games are still doing well. Video games are selling like gangbusters. You know, it's sad that we're at the last gasps of the US games industry and whatever it may become. But this was always going to happen. I would not be surprised if UE6 set to work on the exact specs of the Switch 2. That's so wild. I mean, it is entirely possible that the Switch 2 could become the like baseline standard, but there won't be another jump above that. Because like just basic shit right now is insanely expensive. To then do a big old hardware leap and to be able to keep that within any consumer's price range. You know, why didn't we see a huge uptick of VR? For a multitude of reasons, but cost was one of the big ones. Like, cool, welcome to the next level of hardware. We've got a barely incremental improvement on visuals. And now the price tag is starting at $5,000. You know, like, what the fuck? Scotty, Watto and welcome. So yeah. I just want to point out, just very, very quickly though, that like Mecha Chameleon is currently, according to Steam, selling or generating more revenue than both Marvel Rivals and Counter-Strike. Fucking indie game. Let's fucking go. But yeah, but Lance, like, here's the thing, like, UE4 and UE5's rise to success has been based on, you know, accessibility and good deals. You know, no one is going to tie their project to unknowable costs. It's not quite Stabby Dave, but like eventually all the generative stuff in UE6, someone's going to have to foot the bill. And it's not going to be them, right? They essentially want to get us into an ecosystem where we all get reliant on a new kind of thing. A new kind of thing that we will eventually have to like pay per crank handle. Anyway, sorry. I did the thing I said I wasn't going to do, and we went into the dark. Who wants to build something? Now, I guess I should say this for creative and legal purposes. So we're going to be playing an indie game called How to Make an Atomic Bomb in Your Garden. Now, I don't think I need to say this, but please do not attempt to make an atomic bomb in your garden. Please call this number if you're thinking about making an atomic bomb, and please get permission from the bill payer before you do. It's just a game about gardening. It's just a game about gardening. Oh yeah, had a little panic moment there. So let's do that. Let me just search for this online, and I'm on 6 lists. Yeah. It's time to make a pretty cake. But you have to follow the recipe, or it might turn out crazy. I started making a blancmange, and now I made yellow cake. No, okay, so I saw this doing the rounds, and this just looked a bit silly and a bit funny. You know, there's a lot of pre-made assets in this. There's a lot of... VSync always. Okay. Also, it just looked kind of silly, and I think we could all use that today. We get to decorate it. Fun fact, this red dot represents all the firepower of World War II. These red dots represent the firepower of currently existing nukes. Metal Gear, is that you? After the Cold War, the world was split in two. Well, you know it's not Kojima because there's not a fucking Prada ad in here. Okay. We have a whiteboard. Yo, okay. Why are we using a permanent marker on the whiteboard? Okay, okay. I won't spend any more time. Okay. Yeah, I won't spend any more time drawing on the whiteboard. Okay. Drop equipped is G, smoke is Q, to-do list is B. Okay. Alright. Well, I don't have a to-do list yet, so we had the day off. Throw trash here that you don't need. What you doing, buddy? Big project? Is it a boat, a plane, or a nuclear bomb? Oh man, I'm funny today. No, just a giant espresso machine. Voice sounds suspicious. Don't anything crazy, right? I still haven't seen Twilight 2. Okay, I'll try my best to set his house on fire. Hey, we might be about to redraw the map, but we're not going to resort to petty arson. Okay. It's a lovely day in the neighborhood, and we are a terrible goose. A terrible goose with power. Arson ain't petty. It's pretty. Pretty effective. See, we've already built a telly. Piece of cake. Oh, I have to put my own soft tunes on or something. But I was like, we haven't covered a lot of, you know, quote-unquote meme games. William Ibsen. We just Lorien Ibsen in over here. Okay. So much for being able to grow my own little flowers. I mean, Hart, when you're using your imagination, isn't everything a telly? Through the windows of your mind. Helpful gaslight IRS. How loud is too loud? The 7-zip question, though, that was funny. Does the 7 in 7-zip stand for zip, 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 zip? Oh man, I don't have no beer. I guess we've got soda. Okay. Couple of beers. And no plan. There we go. Is it weird? I kind of want the Alan Wake soundtrack here. 50-50 chance to delete System 32. Work. Don't give me a... Ooh. give me a computer to play with and then not let me play with a computer. Guess we'll have a little look around. See, what's been really interesting is I've watched a few of these guys doing... sadly, PlayStation did a big cull of all their shite. A Steam key. I swear to fuck, if this has got like super hardcore puzzles in it, I'm gonna lose my marbles. The PlayStation Store had a big cull of all of the different shitey slop games they had on there. And one thing that was quite interesting is that alongside the slop, a lot of them are using kind of like default asset packs, which is fine. You know, except for this, to yeet something at it. Not yet, C222, not yet. I can't seem to find the start of it, so I'm just exploring our house. This seems fine. This seems fine. Oh! A little picture of a squirrel in a little bed! Okay. Giant toothpaste in the bathroom? Don't worry about it. Spawns a hot chocolate somewhere. Nuke. Restarts the stage. Perfect, no notes. Man, what's this guy's teeth? Honey, just so you know, building something in the backyard. Does it affect me in any way? Well, kinda. Is it steak, or are you stinking up the neighborhood? Just don't touch my daisies. Perfect. No notes. And yeah, Favor 6, exactly. It's not the asset packs that are a problem. And I think using asset packs as a jumping off point for your project, like letting you white box really fast, can work. You know, it's what those bloody asset packs are for. The idea that people are like, we need generative AI for fast iterations. No, you don't. And it's more expensive than if you just use asset packs like a fucking human. Yeah, Simple Chaos. I didn't realize your dream blueprints were in this. And I'm sorry, sometimes I do feel like I'm just quoting the same five sources every stream, but you know, there's a few things that I haven't found another good example of. Is that uranium? And one of those is PBS Idea Channel. And PBS Idea Channel had this thing about sincere cringe, essentially. Like, you're familiar with Tommy Wiseau's masterpiece, The Room. It's bad. It's famously bad. It's so bad, in fact, that it jump-started his career because of its sincerity. Okay. Okay, head to the printer upstairs. Yeah, no, it's fine. For educational purposes. And puns, whatto and welcome. We're doing an arts and crafts stream. Don't look at the game title. Just don't worry about it. But yeah, so Mike over at PBS Idea Channel talks about how, like, you have this level of, like, genuine heart that comes through when you make something creatively. That there are things that are bad, and there are some things that are so bad that they are good. And a lot of those so bad that they're good comes from... comes from a level of genuine sincerity that you can't fake. It's hard to quantify, but because it's an emotional reaction, right? Even folks that don't know about AI slop and don't realize why they are bad and things like that, like,
they can look at something and go, that's weird. And the weirdness doesn't necessarily come from Uncanny Valley or too many fingers. There's a heartlessness to it, right? We've seen the other end of it, like during the 2010s when every video game cover was a bald guy with his head over his shoulder with blue and orange backlighting. You know what I mean? Ah, Scotty, you coward. We watched the whole of the Need for Speed movie. It's fucking funny. It's basically, it's basically budget Fast and the Furious. It is not letting me wear the hat. Okay. So in our to-do list, we've got to raise $1,000 on Stickstarter and buy the item required for the next stage. Alright. Little non-copyright infringing Sophie Alex Bextor to get us going. Okay. And I think one of the things I have noticed is that... Oh, sorry, we've got a... one of the things that I have noticed is, especially with meme games like this and the ilk, is that the ones that seem to resonate are the ones that come from a genuine place, even if that genuine place is taking the piss, you know? One thing that's, at least I've noticed that's very awkward is YouTubers who are playing something that is fun but trashy, and playing something that is kind of like an asset flip swap. Like, you hear them try and do their banter and their piss-taking, and it's like... it doesn't work. You can't take the piss out of something that isn't real or genuine. Okay. So according to this, we have made our... pocket black hole, a demon hand, steel legs. Oh, that didn't seem to do anything. The stock market is literally a gamble wheel. Let's go. No, okay. We know what happens when I start playing gambling minigames. I think Summonus is the studio's other title. First-person indie horror. No AI. Maybe? I don't know if there's another Summonus. Oh, Favor 6. That would be fucking brilliant. Although, I still haven't quite recovered from John Wick but fish. So, that's where I'm at. Okay. Alright, so what do we need for our shopping list? Okay. So you have to buy the required items in the online shop. A cement mixer, a cement bag. That's a lot of work. Man, no porch lights? The shit. Alright. I'll just drink about it. Okay, so online store. We need... concrete mixer. Cement bag. Distilled water barrel. Obviously, we're going to need a hammer. I guess some nails. A bloody tarp. Okay. Oh, god darn it. Alright, purchase. Use the fund account for now. Do we have to have a little snooze until the next day? That's not... Tell me I have to fucking speedrun this nonsense. Yep, time. Okay. Who's ready for a wonderful day of being creative? See if my order is here. But yeah, no, so jumping back. Oh, do you know a tiny mailbox? Of course. Dear me, working causes stress. Doing more work causes exponential stress. Keep that in mind before you have a meltdown. Also, stop messing with stocks. The fund money will be gone and the orders will be at your throat. If you mess up the books, fix it at the bank. Okay, ow. Aw. You know what I've got? Uranium fever. But with something like this, it's a simple premise. And I don't want to say, like, it's just a dumb joke, right? There's a lot of hours that goes into making even a stupid joke. Okay, so, online store. We bought everything. The fuck is it? Okay. Well, one quick spin. One quick spin. Can't hurt, right? Right? Spin to win. While we wait for our package to be delivered, I mean, that's just smart. Piss! Oh, what? Okay. Honk honk to you too. Excuse me, have you got my uranium? I know what you're doing. Wait. You're making unauthorized expenses from a fund account. You don't need to panic. You'll be back within 48 hours, won't be any trouble. Oh look, a penny! Sorry, what was really cool about that one is rather than having to do the animations of the characters leaving, they went, hey look, it's a penny. Your character looks down, and they're gone. Ba-ba-ba. Oh my life, now I'm going to bring all this through all my stuff all over. So I have to put the $100 back into the fund account. Whatever. Sorry, here's me trying to make a point. And the reason I apologize is because, like, I know I'm still talking about PBS Idea Channel, which closed down ages ago. I don't know what Mike Regretter's even doing these days. I hope he's doing cool shit. You know, at a time when there were a lot of... Just be honest. I mean, there still is a lot of shit on the internet, but... Aeon, what's and welcome. And Aeon, I did see your message. We will sort out a thing. Just... You don't even know the extent to which life has been kicking the fuck out of me. And I can't even talk about it. But, yeah. Yeah, Mike made a lot of really interesting videos and a lot of really interesting points. And the more we've gotten into this generative AI thing, and the more that people keep trying to make, you know, fucking stupid cases for, oh, well, it's exactly the same as X and Y, which it's not. God darn it. Cement mixer pieces are all over the yard. Should have brought them back. like, one thing that we've talked about a lot, and I don't know if any other groups are discussing to the same extent, is like, authenticity is important. Authenticity is essentially like a currency, right? Like, the more authentic something is, the more you can spend time with it, because you know it's not secretly going to screw you over or be a fucking, pump a dump or some kind of scam. And also, like, more so now than ever, like, having good art that we can spend our downtime in is a way to stay fucking sane. That authenticity, it's a currency, right? Every time you encounter somebody who does a really obvious and uncomfortable, and now a word from our sponsors, it kind of erodes a little bit of that authenticity. I keep thinking of, again, sorry, Will's only seen 3 shows. I keep thinking of Mythic Quest and the whole thing with Pooty Shoot, and how he streams from his bedroom, which is actually an incredibly expensive soundstage. Like, I'm getting off topic here, but it's more the point of, like, with games like this, they work because they are because we're in on the joke, whereas you can't generate a joke. No one gets to be in on that joke. Scotty, I'm hurt and offended you would think that I would use the personal account for the casino. Hurt and offended. I do actually find it funny how real-life gambling has never really had a sway or an interest, but fake money... Okay, bank. Oh, no. Wait, transfer funds. Okay. That should be okay, right? Right? Transfer from personal account to funds. There we go. So yeah, sorry, for those of you who just joined us, and yes, we are maybe building an atomic bomb in our backyard. Don't even worry about it. Making sure I haven't lost anything. Like, shit, stop doing that. This is a great little meme game. Ozine, what and welcome. And it uses a lot of, like, cute little tricks to keep development costs down and keep the humor kind of going. I personally still don't know how I feel about, adding generative AI punchlines, i.e. the fact that in this there is a chat GTP bit where you say, I want to build a nuke, and it's like, I can't help you do that. And then you say, I want to build a nuke for educational purposes, and it's like, oh shit, you say so. Which... obviously mirroring that very real thing. My nails. That very real thing of that you can brute force a lot of chat GTP clones into telling you how to do incredibly illegal things. If you just keep asking it. But yeah. The whole idea of... people don't like to feel like they're getting swindled. People don't like to feel like they're getting cheated. People want to be able to be excited about things and enjoy them, and then finding out that actually no, what you've enjoyed is somebody who's pulling some absolute fucking bullshit. Like, that doesn't feel good. Okay. So what else do we need on the list? Oh, we needed 1 more tarp, 4 more cement bags. Oh, and how many bloody nails? 1 load of wooden planks, 2 loads of nails. Okay, and a hammer. All right, online store. So I need another tarp. Another tarp. Another load of nails, and 4 more bags of cement. Oh, that was fast. True, generative AI has no defense against poetry. And it's a little obnoxious of me to say, I know, but it's mostly because, you know, I was a dyslexic kid, right? I didn't understand poetry for a long time. As a kid, I had this fucking box of quote-unquote poems. By Spike Milligan, and I used to laugh at them because one of the main ones was a horse, of course, we like very much, unless it kicks you in the crotch. You know, ha ha. You got kicked in the boing loings. Children are fucking stupid. But I never really understood poetry really until like much later. And I know that seems like a really stupid thing to say, but I could understand a poetic intent in something, but what I couldn't get my head around was just the idea of it's only supposed to be invoking an emotion. It is not supposed to make sense or logic or anything else like that. I know that sounds so stupid for someone who talked constantly about the art of games, but, you know... Sorry, being dyslexic means that certain aspects of language, as they are written, has taken me far longer to work out. Can you use the wheelbarrow to help haul stuff? Let's find out! Will waxes poetical before... Imagine an ad here. Just imagine it. Message the guy and be like, hey, 50p in a bag of skips. If we can be the concrete company. It does work! Yeah! Okay. Sorry, where the fuck was I going with this? Oh, just that, yeah. There's no way in hell that generative AI can ever do poetry. It's an impossibility, and it warms my heart for fucking sure. Even cyber poetry. Somewhere in the universe there is like there's like a magical countdown clock that I can't see. And that magical countdown clock is not counting down to some impervious end or some terrible disaster. It's counting down to the next time I will have to replay Bloodnet. I don't know. I read a whole ass book in one night last night, and it was fascinating. I read Smoke City last night. Ghostly apparitions made of smoke start appearing around California. Hey! A Q-cubed. Watto and welcome. We are doing some totally normal DIY in the back garden. Don't pay attention to the title. Where are my planks? Where are my bloody planks?
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems
Van
nominal.
Beast, thank you for filling pint glass. Virals, hello. Shit, Virals, we've been doing this for like 49 months? Wild. Wild. And Q cubed, you are entirely fine. I'm a big Dungeon Crawler Carl fan, so I just read it like that. But yeah, we are playing a totally normal DIY game. We're also, weirdly, we got into the subject of, like, you know, art and poetry and how, like, fun games like this, meme games, for all that they are, there's a certain level of genuineness to their ridiculousness. Alright, I'll just get one of each. Add, purchase. Fun account. Ah, they're here. I'll take a barrel. And it's something that you can't fake. And this kind of became acutely aware. I became acutely aware of this when, you know, watching YouTubers try and do their, like, you know, their usual lols and ruffle nows. Oh, God. Oh, this is, I can't put them in the barrel. 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 Because, like, there's a certain cadence for, like, the memery of YouTube, which I'm not dissing by any means. But the thing is that those jokes only work. That style of humor only works if the game you're talking about is genuine in some way, shape, or form, right? Like, if the people making the game decide to do their own voice acting, and that voice acting is terrible, then that's funny. If they download a fucking, you know, generated voice mod, you know, is doing kind of like a shitier version of a text-to-speech. Darn it. Alright. Nip tap! Like, you can't laugh at that. You can't have fun with the voice acting being terrible. So, okay, for Q Cubed, I don't know if we've met prior or what have you. If not, hi, I'm Will. I worked in video games for a squillion years. And I do this for a living now, which is wild. Oh. What do you mean, wrong plank? Okay, fine. Fine, it's the wrong plank. But a game we played ages ago called Bloodnet still stays with me. Bloodnet is a point-and-click adventure that has one of the dumbest, stupidest premises, but it's so funny. Not to be dramatic, but I was sent here by an angel. Oh, God. Wait, hang on. Like, many eyes, many horns angel, or, you know... like, how many eyeballs are we talking? Because if it's virals, I need to know which kind of virals told you to come here. But yeah, so if you've never heard of it, let me tell you the premise of Bloodnet. You are a cyber detective, and you go on a date with this girl, but it turns out her dad is a vampire, and you were lured there, and you get bitten by a vampire. So... you and your but thanks to your sentient AI chip. What do you mean, wrong plank? Guido. Tell me which kind I needed, though. Alright, can I get the right plank first? But thanks to your sentient AI chip in your neck, it's fighting back the vampirism, but you only have a little bit of time. You must discover where this vampire is and defeat them in hopes of avoiding the vampire's curse. It's terrible. The voice acting is all over the... What do you mean, rogue plank? Well, how many kinds of plank are there? Does the guide... Does it tell me what kind of planks? Wood planks. Code 1832. Code 1832. Okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's right. We'll clean up the garden later. It's fine. Like, the thing about Bloodnet that makes it so wonderfully terrible is that, like, everything is cyber something. You go to the cyber cafe and listen to cyber poetry with your cyber coffee. You know, oh yes, your name is Ransom Stark, and you meet a woman who invites you back home, and her dad is Dracula. He's just Dracula. And you get bitten. You know, and the cyber poetry is so bad. You know, the voice acting cast was either, you know, the devs or friends they knew, and some of them are brilliant and some of them are fucking terrible. The character creation is this, like, series of, like, what would you do questions, but they're like, you're out in the cyber park and a cyber bully tells you to go fuck yourself. What do you do? Like, in that halcyon days of, like, Sprawl trilogies and Shadowrun and whatnot. But you know what? I still think about it. It's so dumb. And it's so charming because of it. I don't get cyber poetry. I don't have the right mods installed. It's so bad. But in the same breath, it's fucking inspired. Now that we actually know what kind of planks, though, we can use the barra. Cyberpunk. When your punk's not quite cyber enough, you need cyberpunk. And there's such a genuineness to it, right? Like, obviously the person who was doing it was a huge fan of Hatsune Miku's Sandman and the Sprawl trilogy and all of that. I didn't necessarily understand what the media was about, but clearly loved it and wanted to do a fully voiced FMV. You know, their idea of for those of you who aren't cyberpunk nerds, see, before the internet was the internet, what the internet was going to be was basically like a shared hallucination. Like, you would plug your mind into this, like, group trip session. That's where, you know, Neuromancer and stuff take their, like, internet concepts from. And this takes that idea and turns it into a terrible Windows screensaver. You know what? That is a good point, Ozine, because, like, in Shadowrun, the dragons are kind of like the vampire stand-ins, like the superpowers from the shadows. I need one more plank. There we go. All of this is just a very, very long-winded way to tell you about a game that's so bad it's terrible that I know I will have to replay at some point. Yeah. Well, I mean, Sagara, you know, we also have to suffer from the fact that, you know, there are a lot of folks who don't get that huge swaths of Snow Crash are supposed to be parody, you know? The lead character in Snow Crash is literally called Hero Protagonist or Hiroshi Protagonist. And yeah, you get it. You get it. Alright, so, plank. Okay. Hammer. Equip. Grab. God, I have to clean this up myself. I mean, Q cubed, I would have probably mentioned Johnny Mnemonic first, but yeah. Like, and if we come back to what we talked about when you raided on in, which is like The Room. The Room is a terrible movie, but it's so genuine. Like, there's this really funny thing where if you watch a lot of stuff that Tommy Wiseau has done since the success of The Room, he tries to be in on the joke, right? He tries to say, like, it was intentional, it was meant to be funny, but I think he is a weird, weird guy. I saw his fucking IGN... Was it IGN? He had a fucking video show on where he's an alien. He's a deeply weird person, and he wanted to make this movie, and he did, with his whole heart. And it's that authenticity that shines through. You can laugh at it, you can laugh with it. But boy, howdy, you cannot deny that The Room is just a creative mess. Like, I don't think anyone could intentionally write something as funny as, oh, hi, Mark. And so, Garrett, that's true. The problem with Snow Crash was that to get why Snow Crash is parody, you have to know the Sprawl trilogy really fucking well. You know, you have to get that Snow Crash is taking things to this, you know, overt extreme. And I didn't buy enough fucking nails. On the list of things I'm not proud of how long it took me to realise, I played Doom for many, many years before I noticed the 9 Inch Nails logo on the side of the ammo box. Wait, which kind of nails? Wait, what did I say? I meant construction nails. 1425. Wait. I said Doom? Fucking hell. Alright, 1425. Alright. Still got 120 bucks left in the Build a Nuke account. Same game. Now, games do have an additional element that other mediums don't quite have to worry about as hard as... Because in games, like, the technical execution can be a big part of it. You know, I often think a lot about that quote of Tom Carmack? Jesus, John Carmack, stating how, like, people don't want stories in video games. You know, stories in video games are like stories in porn, was his exact quote. And good old Romero kind of trying to fight back against that idea. I have wasted so much money. It's like real life. Well, so, okay, so Cube, like, we're going obviously back into the olden days. Id Software was always kind of at odds with itself. Oh.
Unfortunately, those what's-its they pack them in aren't nearly as cheesy as they look.
Yeah, that's so unfair. Because what's-its should be delicious. I lost my hammer. Stupid. Textured grass. I lost my hammer! I'm gonna buy another bloody hammer. Fine. Fine. Jesus. $35 hammer. Yes, John Carmack, famously brilliant coder, less famously, massive knobhead. But what he was saying is essentially that people come to video games for the experience. You know, we play video games so we can be a super cool shooty gun guy and do the super cool shoots. Who gives a fuck why we're shooting aliens? Romero was always a big fan of, like, you know, what is the story? Why are we here? Oh. Hang on a second. Pink Floyd, is that you? Ah. Alright, so it is possible to have a hammer still equipped. We are now a 2-hammer household. Don't worry about it. Dual wield. And Marshall Ray, what and welcome. But what I mean is, like, for a larger portion of, like, video games, we've been fighting up against what we can do from a technical standpoint. For those who may not know, Quake's whole, like, dark gothic aesthetic was going to be accompanied with a story where, like, you had a talking grimoire and you tried to undo all the dark, you know, Cthulhu eldritch elements and things like that. And ultimately it kind of got vetoed. Partially because, you know, Carmack was like, nah, we're doing an action game here. Who gives a fuck if we add all this story beats? But also partially because the things that, you know, John Romero wanted to add were very technically difficult. Ooh, and damn, get you some fast drying cement. Okay, take a photo of the build site. All right, I'm gonna take a photo of what we've done so far. So, all right, everybody, you know, don't put any stupid faces. I don't want to see any. I want to see any middle fingers. All right, big smiles, everybody, and there we go. Starting as half the battle won, you've become familiar with the mechanics and built yourself a solid foundation, literally. Now it's time to start producing the main components. God damn it, Scotty! Thank you, Verdant. And yeah, Orzine, in an era when 3D games were still learning how to be 3D, it was pretty obvious that Carmack wasn't going to get to do all the things. Oh, we got a little barbecue! Fuck yeah, let's celebrate. Okay. So now we're on stage 2. We need to raise $8,000, create plate molds. Oh, we're making a demon core! Make an aluminum layer. Oh god, you got me to say aluminum, you bastards! Aluminium. Make a boron plastic sheet. 12 pentagonal and hexagonal explosive plates. Take photos of everything. Okay, and we will need... How to make a demon core? Am I in trouble? I'm gonna make boron. What the fuck? Well, to Q Cubed, thank you for bringing a raid in, and Virals, thank you for dragging him over here. It's very cool of you. Thank you, mate. We have so much to do. God, I wish this was co-op. I'm not worried that this would annoy Caffeine. I'm more worried... God darn it. I'm more worried that this is correct and Caffeine will be like, I gotta take you aside here, buddy. Oh, you are fucking kidding me. I have to click when it's green, not blue. And you have to do it 5 times in a row. Hey! God damn it! Restless Roots, Watto, and welcome. How are you doing, friend? Alright, so, Restless Roots, Young Eagles, semicolon, Watto, and welcome. Last time you brought the squad in, I was all over the place. So I wanted to say thank you for the last raid. And also, how are you doing? There we go. Trying to succumb to the pressure. We are doing a very normal crafting game on this Friday night. Pay no attention to the title of the game. Don't even worry about it. Ooh. So, Baron, you've completed the first Costco run in the new van. I'm playing a very normal video game. Nap time. Okay, so... Jesus, gas stove, gas lanterns, lithium batteries... Like, what should we start working on first? Demon Core seems complicated. I guess we're going to need all the... So Restless Fruit says, mostly alright, just kind of had to accept that Phasmophobia isn't getting better, which is a shame. Love the concept, the game loop, the vibe. Seem to be piling more obstacles to enjoy the experience. Yeah. I don't know if you were there for it, Restless Fruit, but I just spent a lot of time with Phasmophobia. I am an Alan Wake sicko, as you well know. When we spent time doing the Alan Wake content on it, it was kind of hard. Because... because I really wanted to see something special, see a real spark in Phasmophobia after all these years. But unfortunately, they do seem to have kind of, for lack of a better term, painted themselves into a corner. You know? The sad thing is that, yeah, I don't think we're going to see... Oh, Nate wants to say I don't think we're going to get to a situation where we see Phasmophobia really change. There should be a Phasmophobia 2 by now, but the other thing being is that other people are going to take that concept and run with it. So it's not like Phasmophobia will be the only gig in town. What? Did you know that in 1994 a Boy Scout actually built a working nuclear reactor in his backyard? What happened next? I don't know. I couldn't watch the rest. I'm currently 1 minute of 27 unskippable ads. God fucking damn it. Yeah, it's Wilson. It's Smash the State Wilson. You'll hear that, right? Huh. I think Smash the State Wilson is recruiting us. So yeah, so this is how to make an atomic bomb in your back garden. A cozy crafting DIY game about building, well, something. Okay. So, what do we need? Gas stove. 5 gas lanterns. Hang on, I'll just do this. I love screenshots. There we go. Now I've got our shopping list. Okay. Huh. So Hut says that the Boy Scout never actually built a working reactor. It did get halfway there before the police caught on. Huh. I mean, I've told you all my little story, which is we need a gas stove. Oh, 5 old gas lanterns. That being a kid who was into video games, like I knew what a nuclear missile was, in the sense that it was a super weapon that let you win video games. So when I decided to do a research topic, do you want to get a used one or? Okay. When I decided to get a decided to do a research project on nuclear weapons, and I found the actual horrors. Yeah. Not a fan. He pretended to be a physics teacher. What the fuck? Oh. Oh yeah, no, legend. If this turns out to be like the, what was it, like the Showa, this is going to be extremely funny. Oh, how many lithium batteries? 8. Oh, but they're 2-piece, so we only need 3. We only need 4. Okay. There also doesn't seem to be... Oh, the looker. Thank you, legend. It doesn't seem... Doesn't seem to be a downside to taking our time with this, so... A great game for me, because I'm a fucking talker. That's fascinating. I have, in later life, become horrified by the whole, like, uranium craze. Of just how many American consumer products used to have fucking uranium in them. But yeah, so, sorry, jumping back one story is, yeah, researching as a kid, unsupervised, the actual effects of nuclear weapons. Yeah. A lot of nightmares that week. A lot of nightmares. Ah, fuck it, I'll go get the... There's lots of little things. I'll go get the barrow. Oh yeah, so Aeon, there's like a whole sub-genre on TikTok of folks who kind of go thrifting to find uranium glass and things like that. Oh, and all the hammers and stuff from last time, we don't get to keep those. Oh, I think I just yoked one of my packages into space. Well, you did that on purpose. Typical wheelbarrow. This is just like you. Huh. So, Scotty, obviously I knew about Where the Wind Blows. I was very impressed to see a reference to that in Fallout London. But I didn't realise it was done by the same bloke who did the fucking Snowman. Because it's... Where the Wind Blows is the one with the fucking ticket inspector with the bandages on his face, right? Yeah, seeing that as a kid and seeing the OG version of Day of the Triffids. God, it's just no wonder I turned out to be fucking such a messed up fucking kid. Anyway, I forget the story we were talking about before the other stories. So, just keep working on this. You know what is so funny to me when playing something like this is you'll remember how much of a big fucking deal it used to be if, like, you know, look at these non-combat video games, these non-violent video games. No one gives a shit about that anymore. And that does warm my little heart, you know. I understand that, like, you know, Power Wash Simulator was by no means the first. But its rampant success has done so much good. Wait, Vershi, what's going down? I haven't left the apartment. Unless we're doing a bit here. Sorry. Are we doing a bit? Because if we're doing a bit... And there's a robbery. Fuck. Huh. Well, I've been doing totally wholesome crafting on stream. So I have a long ship as my alibi. Yeah, it's just a cozy crafting game. What the fuck? I missed all of that. Fucking wild. Oh, anyway, well, so... Vershi, I hope your day hasn't been terrible. We are playing how to make an atomic bomb in your backyard. A non-informative, please don't put me on a watch list, crafting game. You know, just a little bit wholesome. And Minnesota is a myth. Yeah, my childlike research into nuclear weapons included early nuclear testing, you know, the varying usage of the horrible effects of, you know, a lot of people were, and rightly so, horrified by the HBO miniseries on Chernobyl. But that's what, like, you know, 12, 13-year-old Will got exposed to. The stories of it, not the radiation. It does seem also that this is done in stages. So once we finished this stage, we don't have to worry about cleaning up. Okay, so I think that's all the stuff I ordered for this. Now we need... So we've got the hammer. So we need 2 glowing clocks and 6 smoke detectors. 6 smoke detectors? All right. Glow-in-the-dark clock, 2 of those. Packet of aluminium foil. Oh, we'll take a glass beaker, cooking oil. Hammer we've got. Super glue. 2 petri dishes. Just making a little chemistry set.
Aluminium.
Thank you, Vernon. He knows how to say it. It's actually aluminium. And, you know, a trip to the farmer's market sounds fucking great. So we've got the cooking oil. What's that foil? Oh, foil. I think just the one for the foil there. So we still need solvent and a small-sized bowl.
Welsh guy check. Aluminium.
Spot on. That's exactly how you say it. Oh, Vershi, fuck yeah. I want to try and revisit the red wine reduction that I was working on last time. Yeah, just aluminium foil. Aluminium cylinder.
What's an aluminium falcon?
Who's they? All right. All right, let's get the barrel because there's gonna be a lot of shit. No, and simple chaos inverted. Well, fucking thank you. Cleaning up the lawn. Yeah, I gotta message the Viking coffee folks because well, I don't know if they'll actually want to work with us. I am still dreaming about that coffee, and if I get my way, what I would love to do for the Viking coffee is do some adverts like Coffee World in Alan Wake. Get the green screen set up, chroma key it terribly. Make Quiznos subs look like a fucking masterpiece of creative editing. Although again, you know, we've been talking a lot about authenticity today. There have been lots of adverts over the years. I can still remember Quiznos subs. The only thing I can remember about said Papa John's, you know, Father Sandwich, or whatever his fucking name is or is that Jimmy John's? It was like, how do you top your sub? And immediately responded by, none of you are without sin. You're all degenerates. Okay. Now, is that going to save it there, or is it going to break it? I don't know, because it doesn't let me put stuff down if the light is off.
What's an aluminum falcon? That's better.
An aluminum. Who's they? Sorry, I'm just dealing with a lot of shit right now. Death Star blown up by a bunch of teenagers. Oh, just rebuild it? Who's gonna be alone? Got ATM and that torso light right? Now you get your 7'2" asthmatic ass back here, or I will tell everyone what a whiny bitch you were about Panamari or Panda Bear or whatever the fuck her name was. Oh god, he's crying. I put it on lock in my brain. I used to straight up answer the phone, go for Papa Palpatine. But that was before somehow Palpatine returned. What was that?
Ouch!
Oh, apparently we've busted our back and we can't jump. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Scotty, the amount of times that Salen and I communicated exclusively in quotes from Snatch. Good, he's a fucking liability.
Somehow, Palpatine returned, and he brought with him a 12 inches pizza for only 9.95.
9.95. And the Welsh guy just undermined your joke something fierce there. I'm very thank you for the bits, mate. There's just something lovely about spending a Friday afternoon talking about the art and craft of games, nuclear weapons, and just doing just a lovely little crafting stream, you know? Oh, my word. I'm not on the list. It's fine. This is fine. This is totally fine. This is just my little crafting project. It's fine. It's fine. One thing that did... the thing that endeared me to this, and the reason why I wanted to stream it, was in the trailer, it ends with "So long, Ohio." And I think that is extremely funny. The physics is having its own... The physics is having a day. We accidentally bought too much aluminium foil. Okay. So we need a glass beaker. Oh, and we need a glass beaker and a tin can to complete our... Okay, glass beaker, there we go. And we need a tin can, there we go. Well, PVS in this day and age, it's not about not being on any lists. It's about making sure you're on the right lists. A lovely day in the neighborhood. Oh yeah, we've got totally not reporting us into the feds, Wilson. I think I heard a camera click. Did that come from you? That's weird. I didn't hear anything. Damn it, Wilson. I'm pretty sure I heard the picture being taken. That's weird. Hey, how many hours of sleep did you get last night? You with it right now? Okay, but I didn't find that. Okay, what am I missing from the list? Got the gas stove, solvent, cooking oil.
Sometimes even if you're not on the list, you're still headed for the block. Damned imperial bastards.
What are you? You're not cooking oil. You're not glue. Could that be the solvent? Did I not buy solvent? I didn't buy solvent. Okay. And Vershi again, thank you for the bits. Oh, I forgot to clean up the lawn. Alright. So here's the question, friends. In the grand scheme, am I Pinky or am I the brain in this scenario? Oh, yeah, we already got the beaker. Yeah, so it is the solvent we needed. Anyway, sorry, jumping back. It is nice that we're at this point now where we can just have a game with a stupid joke and a premise, and it can do good. I've watched quite a few videos going back to, like, you know, the old Newgrounds bangers, and how there were lots of things in the Newgrounds era, well, I should say the Flash era, because it wasn't just Newgrounds, but lots of things in that time that were perhaps not amazing, but were wonderful jumping off points. Because the speed at which you could make something, but also it wasn't supposed to make any money. Alright, so we can cook now. All right. So we need 2 medium-sized bowls, 2 antenna dishes, and 2 giant hexagonal cupcake molds. I don't think they're just going to sell us a hexagonal mold. All right, so 2 antenna. 1, 2. Oh, giant hexagonal cupcake mold. 2 of those. And then, what was it, medium-sized bowl? Yeah. There was a lot of homophobia as well. There were lots of... It was a bad time. As someone who was on Newgrounds and a nu metal fan, boy howdy. But no, I've been watching a lot of that and just kind of like the evolution of a lot of like creative ideas, especially in like horror and shit like that. That's the right mold. I'm gonna get the other stuff first. It's just one of those days. And PVS, yeah, fuck yeah, going on holiday. If you got a plan, you got a scheme, you going somewhere cool. Tell me your tales. I can live vicariously through some of you. Size bowl. Vicariously, you mean? Bravo, bravo. But no, it's just there was so much from the Flash era that wasn't necessarily good, but it was the jumping off point for a lot of creativity, and it was very limited with what you can do, but the amount of time between like concept and actually being able to put something on the internet was so fast. So it has to be, these ones have to be done in order. All right. Well, PVS, I hope you have a fucking good time, friend. I really do. That sounds lovely. The sunburn less so. I got sunburned when we went to go get Scotty's package. I tried to put some like after sun on, and fuck knows what was in that shit. It was supposed to just be aloe, and it made it significantly worse. It was fine in the end. Kind of melt my face off or something, like in that movie Face Off.
What do you call it when someone thinks they're attracted to people who date Norse folks?
I don't know.
Isn't sure yet. Like curious.
Touche, touche. Okay, now that's a pentagonal, not a hexagonal. So I might have to buy another mold. I was just... The reason why I wanted to talk about it was just because, like, we're not in an unsimilar situation, you know, between Godot, UE5, not UE6, and everything in between. Like, it's actually pretty... the rate at which people can make really interesting shit and put it up online is so fast now. And it makes me really happy. You know, that same kind of creative... Oh no, we wanted giant pentagonal mold. Wildly inexpensive. You know, we're in a similar situation where we can have those same kind of, like, cool creative shit. We can make stupid stuff like this. And I shouldn't say stupid again, because it's not like this is somehow bad. You know, this feels like a fun little game jam that someone was like, you know what? We can expand upon this. And now here we are on a Friday night, 50 of us hanging out while I make a totally normal crafting project in the backyard. It's fine. I'll never own a yard. I've made peace with that. This is something I'll never get the chance to do. And that's okay. Okay. So. Okay, so next up, we're gonna make a demon core. This is fine. I'll never be a yardie. Townie at best. Okay. Alright, so let's make a fucking demon core, alright? There is a gentleman online who's been making a series of projects, and I think they're 3D printable, but don't quote me on that. But it's like kids' Fisher-Price versions of horrifying things, and he has made a kids' demon core. Avengers, there you go, practical advice. Alright, so time to cook. Break 5 lanterns and throw the mantles into the melting pot. One. 2. 3. 'PBS is like, you just unscrew the top. That's a very non-hammery way of doing things there, PVS. It's like, obviously, PVS, I don't want to pick on any one person when we're hanging out on a Friday night, but it feels very much like, you never heard of the old, if you want to make an omelette, you've got to fuck up some lanterns with a hammer. Okay. And burn them. Okay, so we've done that one. Place the aluminium foil on the table. Two lithium batteries. A little sprinkling of the powder. Do this 4 times. This is a video game on Steam. Am I in trouble? I feel like I'm going to be in trouble. Okay. The only way to get the rupees out. At least we're using the good olive oil. Gee, I hope using eye protection. It's fine, we've had beer. I do not consider myself to be a paternal person, but I did see some kid, I should say kid, guy's probably like 19, 20, but who is working on building a... I have to go sleep before we can continue. We'll come back to that. Sorry, I saw somebody on TikTok here is building a Saiyan, like a Saiyan transport pod from Dragon Ball, and watching him sand that thing without proper respiratory stuff on procced some kind of like dad mode in me that I didn't know I had. I had to fight the urge to be like, what are you doing? You are going to ruin your lungs. Oh my god. PVS, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, break 5 lanterns. Blah, 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 blah. Fire into the test tube. Okay, or solve it into the test tube. Break the clocks. Oh. Smashy, smashy. They have been up. They just, you know, since you joined us, they've just been upstairs judging us for our choices and not talking to us at all. Mix the solvent with the white thorium powder. Burn it. Use super glue to glue the two halves together. I don't think we should be handling this with our bare hands right now. Men will truly do anything for going to couples therapy. Okay. Okay, so next is to make the aluminium layer. Oh, it seems like it wants us to make the plastic layer next. So I guess we'll do that. Alright, let's do a little bit of shopping. Alright, so we need 25 kilos of 500mm aluminum cylinder bar. Aluminium! Fuck! That's one of those. We need 2 boron powder. If you don't have any boron powder, store-bought is fine. 1 epoxy kit, an XXL-sized bowl. God, does anyone else have the "It's tricky to make a cake" Lazy Town song blasting in their ears in some kind of strange internal monologue? Or is that just me? Medium-sized bowl and 2 more super glue. This is what I'm doing instead of making Gundams. This is what I'm doing right now instead of making Gundams. This is normal. Verdon, I do wonder at what point during the research of creating this game that the creator suddenly on first name basis with their NSA observer. Gundams might be better for me. I mean, whatever we do in this, win, lose, or draw, our character is not coming out of this okay. Yes! And Fred Watto and welcome. See if we can stack this up. Oh my god. Everyone is fine. I just have to take this lot through first. Back! Get back of the van. I don't know. There's a calm rhythm to this game that I'm thoroughly enjoying. It said I needed these. Well, there's that. There's that. I guess we'll need those later. Look, I still haven't recovered from the loss of business fish yesterday. Which I can't talk about because of its fucking spoilers. I love Blueprints so much. But there's so much you just can't talk about. Though it has been extremely funny. I know I said this yesterday, but I'll say it again. That, like, our good friend, Swedish chef Jokum, who also makes puzzly games. Although... Chef makes predominantly horror games. Getting him to start playing Blueprints, and the amount of like, hey Will, fuck you, like he. I knew the gravitational pull that game would have on you before you knew. Just wondering if this game. I wonder if we should put on our own music for this. You know, keep going with the... There we go. There we go. I'm just getting a little bit too quiet. Not my natural state. It said we'd need 2. Sorry, I'm just checking my my recipe. Yeah, 2 super glue, a medium and a large bowl. All right. Well, we've got the others there. Okay. Boron powder into a mold. Into the... Dip the demon core in. Oh god. It's fine. This is fine. This is totally normal. Lo-fi beats to liquefy Cleveland too. God. Oh, kind of the layers. There we go. This is so not a problem. Look how not a problem this whole thing is. And I thought it was going to be complicated. Worst chocolate egg ever. It's up there with Wayland Yutani for worst eggs to get on Easter. Okay, melt 5 aluminium bars. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, repeat this 5 times to fill the bowl, then dip the core into the mold to shake twice. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And besides, like C222, we're doing this outside. I am going to keep asking you the monotonous question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which is, has Steam Next Fest given you all any bangers that we haven't talked about? For those of you who came in later, I've watched a few, like, here are my top 5 or top 10 games of Steam Next Fest lists. And what's been wild, they have all been radically different, except with a few standouts, obviously being Iron Nest. And... Oh, what's the other one? The crafting automation game, which completely skips my brain. One. Anyone got a screwdriver? C222 did stay up too late playing Iron Nest. That makes me feel better. Because, like, Iron Nest is essentially a puzzle game with the funnest UI. You know? You're essentially doing, you know, math and trigonometry to cause extreme explosions. So Kakazi said, what state in North America is high on the middle and round on both ends? You might think Ohio, but the answer is any state would choose once we're done with this project. People say that being a map maker is an easy job, but let me tell you, in that job, when you get an emergency, it's a big one. See, we're gonna need a screwdriver for this part. The orb. Let's celebrate this with another beer. PVS, details. I think if we started to point out the inaccuracies of this, we might end up on... That's when we might end up on a fucking watch list. I like to imagine that Caffeine's actually silently watching going, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. No, I haven't been taking pictures. I've not been taking pictures throughout. Damn it! Hang on, someone pass me the screwdriver. I'll wedge this open. It's alright. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Okay, so on the list, we've done... Okay. 12 pentagonal and 20 hexagonal plates. God. So we did these. Alright, so we're gonna need a pot. Because we've done the molds and the antennas. Orzine said the original GLRP's Cyberpunk sourcebook was confiscated by the US federal government. Relaxing beats to craft Demon Cause 2. Well, Verdant, if we have to nominate a full person, everyone's going to nominate me. I'm already in trouble. Need a big pot for this. And then we'll have a little nighttime snooze before we begin that. Nerd? How very dare you! I'll have you know, I am the epitome of cool guy. It's Friday night, and I'm cooking. What am I cooking? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't ask. Don't worry about it. Premium Will has appeared. Nope. Squat sale when? Big summer blowout. Tell you what. The requests for a squat sale have started to come along. Here's what I am considering. I seem to be pretty good at doing 50 squats now. I think we should up the squat count and reduce the price. And I think that can be the start of next week. For the badonkadonk. I mean, there is only one person who benefits from me doing excessive amounts of squats, who is the loudest proponent of more squats. Here I am, slaving over a hot stove at home. I'm not just a piece of meat to you. I'm not just a piece of meat! I'm now gonna do fucking... Okay, I have some emotional support Dreamcast music. Alright, so how many do I owe now? 10? I will admit my legs did cane a little bit after yesterday. I am a prime piece of beef. Well, on the subject of prime beef, I reconstituted that leftover red meat into a steak sarnie for lunch, and I get to do a ha because y'all haven't had Little Fire's cooking, which does not get enough of a good shout. Little Fire has been teaching me a very specific style of cooking, which I am still learning. It involves a lot of garlic and butter, I'll tell you that. And, Jess because Jess and I basically peruse the discount meat section in the supermarket like vultures. And Jess managed to get some, like, actual steaks for, like, fucking cheap. Now, why were they so cheap? I don't know. I'm not going to ask. He thinks I've shown him full southern cooking. I think there's more. Feet. Was that a foot for free? Well, I haven't had to go anywhere, so I don't put socks on. Apparently, there was a bunch of cops in the building all day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Feet for free. No one wants to see my gnarled feet. You don't want his bathwater, I promise you. It's very salty. It's very salty. I'm one of those sit in the bath with a book types. Another! Okay. I actually finished a whole book yesterday. It was very good. Thank you, J-Post. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Will's bathwater is like bong water for farts. Oh, God. I still think about that lass who put herself in the hospital selling farts in jars. Like, if you don't know the story, basically this person was making large amounts of money selling her farts to weirdos. But to keep the authenticity of it, she changed her diet to be a high fart gas diet and nearly killed herself because of what it did to her innards. And I'm just like, fucking hell. I can't help but respect the authenticity of it, you know? Could have just slow cooked some old cabbage on the stove and wafted it into some jars and sold it. But nah. Why are people like this? Okay. So, I'm sure it's fine to leave an unattended fire and a half-finished demon core in our backyard while we go for a snooze. No lack of hustle, but a definite lack of common sense. An artist dedicated to her craft. Okay. Alright, so we've got the recipe for making... we've got the recipe for making explosive plates. We need a lot of them, so we need 8 bags of TNT, 16 bags of ammonium nitrate, 4 canisters of RDX, 16 distilled water, and, yeah, okay, online store, so... Alright, first things first, TNT. Well, the fact that we can just buy TNT in this world. 8 bags. Jesus, that's $2,000. 16 bags of nitrate. Jesus. This is where all our fucking funds are gonna go. 4 canisters of RDX. 16 distilled water. Oh, we didn't add the. I didn't add the RDX. I keep forgetting you have to click add. And Versheet and virals. That's a power load. Watch me explode! It's amazing that everybody here knows loser Gene Simmons, recipient of 0 Grammys, but none of you know the front man of the bar, man. Oh, I watched that video a lot. You are significantly underwhelmed for this bit. Well, guess what, everybody? I am very well. Okay. We're buying candles! Yay! We need 4 candles. Candles for forks. Okay. TNT, check. Ammonium nitrate, check. RDX, check. Distilled water, check. Candles, check. 8 packs of sugar. What the fuck? $320 for sugar? What kind of sugar are you buying? And a pot. Oh, we already got the pot. Alright. I mean, you laugh, PVS, that it's not possible to give someone else earworm through text alone. At least that's what somebody once told me. Alright, this is going to be a lot of heavy lifting. Let's get the barrels through first. The problem is I just came off that fucking book about cogno hazards and shit. So my brain's like, oh my god. Is Smash Mouth All-Star a fucking mimetic threat? Earworms are cogno hazards. Okay, I'm glad we cleared that up. Shrek absolutely is. Okay, a lot has been happening of late. Did I fucking imagine that there is a new Shrek movie coming? Because I might be losing a little bit of my grip on reality. Be the first to admit that one. But, like, I don't know if I imagined that. Because I know they're doing another Toy Story for some reason. I shouldn't say for some reason. We know exactly what the reason is. It's money. This fucking delivery job. Shrek 25th anniversary. Is that what it is? Just like... I'm just, You know what? Fine, fine, fine. You just lay there. Get everything off the lawn. Yeah, this delivery driver has got fucking in for me. I mean, I did just get them to deliver 16 gallon jar. Well, I don't know, these 16 of these rain barrels of distilled water. They had to physically lift that. I'd be fucking pissed too. I can't even be mad, you know? Okay, so legend reckons it's a Shrek 25th anniversary. Wait, no, hang on. Orzine says they're looking at a Shrek 5 teaser. No! How are they going to do it with... Oh my god. My favourite, and sadly fake, tweet of all time is still, "Fuck you, Shrek, we could have been the next Beatles." Oh, I'm going to be careful here. I don't bump the things we need into the disposal. Do you want? Okay, look, I've had a little bit too much time in my my own brain of late, so some of my my personal trains of thought have gone into some very strange points about how, like, the measure of a person is, you know, yeah, the measure of a person being very much what fame and the public eye does to them. When I was a kid, I should say kid, teenager, my little sister wanted to go see the Red Hot Chili Peppers at Hyde Park, I believe it was. Now, I like the Chili's as much as any other, you know, kid of my time frame, having never been to California or anything like that. God, they're fucking everywhere. Oh, we can't sneak into Wilson's. And it was fine. Like, we thought we saw Elijah Wood. It wasn't. One of the warm-up acts got piss bottled because they were that bad. Poor buggers. I don't even remember what their name was. But one of the other warm-up acts, wildly, was James Brown. Like, the James Brown. And the thing was, he was not whom everyone had come to see, for sure. He was not the main... He was not the star attraction. Oh, that hookshot, that's so wild. It was actually Leroy in the piss bottles. Oh, and hookshot says the kid and the partner watched the new Toy Story last night. Apparently it's alright. Better than the fourth and third one. Okay. But what I thought was really impressive was that despite it being only what would end up being like months before he passed away, James Brown fucking rocked that stage. Now, was that the vibe that everyone was going for? Who knows? I thought, like, to this day, I still feel in awe of the amount of thunder he brought. And for a man who was not kind to his body for a lot of his life, you know? And then, honestly, if you don't watch it unless you're in a very kind of good headspace, because the gentleman who was the frontman for Smash Mouth, the gigs that he was doing before he passed away, oh boy. Like, okay, fine, fine. We'll not have a style, drink another beer. buy some new ones in a sec. But yeah, the state he was in, sadly, before he passed away, like, it's not good. And I know it's a weird thing to compare James Brown to fucking, you know, Smash Mouth, but even before Shrek, the amount of people I know who could do that whole song verbatim. You know, All Star, Walking on the Sun, their cover of I'm a Believer. I don't know. I don't really have a comment to it. Like, I would hands down say you'll know more about music and music history than I do. You know, I couldn't tell you who's popular and who's not. Occasionally, I stumble upon music through varying things and I add them to my playlist with no idea who they are. You know, I spend all day trying to keep up with what's going on in games. That takes my time. But, I don't know. Do you know what's kind of weird? And it just struck me is that we are not necessarily moving into an alter era of games, but we are definitely moving into, you know, the tiny band era, right? That it now falls up to, you know, essentially to individuals and small teams. You know, I don't think we're going to have another superstar studio pop up and explode like, I mean, take your pick. I think we're going to see individuals or, you know, small, fast iteration teams or, you know, setups like Hookshot's team or Strange Caffine and things like that. We're going to see more success stories coming like that. And what that is going to mean is, you know, in those small environments, how much creative involvement each person has is a lot more pronounced. We are far from a success story. Well, so Hookshot, I have to smack myself upside the arse occasionally and be like, you know, success isn't always about making $1 squillion. Look, Hookshot, I want your games to sell because I want you to be able to continue to make games. I would love it if you got like fucking crazy loopy bananas success, like, you know, like Brendan got with PUBG and shit like that. You know, and I like twofold because I want all my friends to be able to dedicate as much time as they want to their creative endeavors, and because that's the closest I'm ever going to get to a retirement plan. I need one of you all to make it real big, otherwise I'm fucked. It's alright, I'm going to put in the hours. But ultimately, you know, you succeed if you make your game. You know, and you've done that. I'm still in the process of planning. I came up with some interesting ideas for my first book. However, if I tell you them, the chances that I'll actually do it significantly decrease, so I have to just shut my whore mouth. What's the fucking trolley? Yeah, we're gonna get the bags of TNT. Hopefully they don't explode if I drop them. That would be bad. But it is going to be interesting to see how much. Actually, let's do the TNT barrels next. Fuck. Well, okay, Vershi. That wasn't going to be a book I was going to write until you fucking did it. I will, you know what, Vershi, and you'll end up in the dedications, thanks. Whether this is a good thing or a bad thing will be decided later, but for my first book, Fuck You, I'm Dyslexic, I will write a tiny thesis on why the Cheesy Bean Toasty deserves its own designation. TNT gives you 3 characters, but don't touch the nitro. That's what Discord's for. I'm so sorry. Popped into my head. Although, I will say, for those of you who are chronic Discord users, we did get our Viking tag back. Sadly, because we ran out of boosts to keep it, It disappeared for a while, and it didn't re-enable when we got it back. Yeah, I mean, Bushy, Cheesy Bean Toasty, same thing. Now, how much, like, seasoning, flavor, and spices you add to the beans, that's the sign of a creative. And Hookshot, I do agree. The boost system for Discord is one of those unfortunate, like, you know, fuck you capitalism things. If Discord just said, this is how much a server costs every month, go, I'd be like, bet. Because I already have to pay them like 20, 30 bucks for all the boosts to keep the features that we need, you know? And honestly, that's mostly like audio quality ones and stuff like that. And it is very frustrating. I mean, the only good thing about it is that if there are lots of people that have Nitro, you can essentially like crowdsource the cost of it, which is very good. But I will say, like, the little vanity tag is about the only one that I wanted, essentially for personal reasons. It makes me real happy, you know, when you see folks that have... It's not even just the Longship one, when they have a tag from like a real community and not from like an online... not from like an online superstore or from like a... Yeah, we have to buy some more beers. Oh, it's the flash of the light. But yeah, no, it makes me smile when I see people that have like proper little like vanity tags for real servers and not for like, you know, a huge, massive... Where is my beer? No! That's not beer. It's RDX mixture. Beer. More RDX mixture. Alright. Oh, there we go. God damn it, Fred. I say that. You know what? It cursed a lot of you out. Okay. Bedtime. Bedtime beers. Yeah, the EA's finally worked out how to cram their projects full of ads. Though, to be honest, I don't know if it's actually a real intent. For the most part, I think they're just trying to... pack out potential value for the Sims before the Saudi investment fund acquisition. And I think the ads thing is just meant to like demonstrate why they're worth even more money. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like excuse it. It's just like, yeah. Almost got the TNT in. Well, and that's the thing. Paralives is so good. I watched Jess with Lilfire putting together, you know, our little like our little setup and our stream rooms and stuff like that, and it was fucking good. You know, and this is the other thing is that like companies like EA no longer have the monopoly on creating stuff like The Sims. You know, we all have access to the technology. I still find it fucking weird that Paradox killed theirs. It does annoy me that Inzoi has done as well as it has. That one is fucking riddled with AI stuff. Not just like generative AI assets, but actual like generative AI in the game. It's bad. You know, but, you know, Paralives has done insanely well. Alright, we'll get the Ammonium nitrate, not amyl nitrate, not the old 5p, 50p. And if you know what I'm talking about, then you have also lived a life of depravity. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I'm not saying that, let's check over here. Wilson can have my aluminum foil. Aluminium! Oh. Aluminium! I'm not saying that Paralives is completely jank-free or anything like that. It's just, you know, its jank is charming. You can play basically the aftermath of unpacking, for fuck's sake. That is adorable. There's also other things about... Sorry, just jumping back. Like, you know, this game is a joke. You know, the punchline being, you make a nuke. But you know what? Oh, Caffeine, I just assumed that you weren't responding because you were just biting your knuckles. I made a demon core! I'm learning! Yeah, okay, Ohio is still standing. But in my defense, I got talking about art. And nukes. And a little bit about how I didn't understand poetry until I was much older. Exactly. Virals is right. What's a little demon core between friends? Caffeine's like, what? Those solid bricks of fuel? No! Caffeine, are you implying that I'm just taking a bunch of ammonium nitrate bricks into my backyard? Well, the problem is, Caffeine, you can't correct us. When we played Sniper Elite, for those who don't know, we used to play Sniper Elite 3 a lot. Sadly, Sniper Elite 3's multiplayer does not work. It does not play well on modern systems anymore. But we used to play it a lot as our kind of group game, and I really enjoyed it, mainly because I was good at it. But Caffeine used to have a meltdown because the gamification of a lot of the in-universe stuff, it makes sense from a gameplay perspective, but, you know, it drove Caffeine up the wall. And this was very funny, haha funny. The problem is, Caffeine, you can't tell us how this is supposed to work. Yeah, that wasn't how those anti-personnel mines worked. Drove Caffeine a little bit loopy. Well, in this, you can't correct us. I only just found out about the kid who tried to build a nuclear reactor in his backyard in 1994. The radioactive Boy Scout. I didn't know about this until they made a joke about it in here. He was a case study at your training school. Holy shit. So this is how to make an atomic bomb in your backyard. So far, we have made the concrete base. We've just finished making the demon core, and we're about to start work on the explosive plates. So again, Caffeine, you can't correct us. You know, I'd like to once again inform my my now assigned NSA agent. I like streaming for a living. I just want to do this. Promise. I've had the Lazy Town How to Make a Pretty Cake song playing in loop in my head since someone mentioned yellow cake. Yeah, Caffeine, if you go to the kitchen, bring us back a bevy. First, you were saying there was a Princeton student who wrote a short-term paper on an accurate enough nuclear bomb design. It got complicated by the feds. Fucking hell. Assembling nukes and cannibalizing his friends. That's what Will does. Fred, I might have to get that for the like the back of the box review. But yeah, we can joke and we laugh, but please do not get the Discord subpoenaed. Oh, we were making lemon cake. Thank you, Kakazi. That's how we bake a pretty cake. You have to follow the recipe, though. Hey, Caffeine, look at all this this oxidizing agent, and look at this open flame. And there are the barrels of TNT we've got. Oh shit! I don't know that. Apparently, old Tom Clancy of Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six by Tom Clancy. His descriptions of warships were so accurate, he got grabbed by the feds. Huh. Fascinating. I know we've talked about it recently, so I don't feel the need to go over it, but I still think about the folks who worked at Bohemia Interactive, who got snatched for taking photos of bases because they were doing quote-unquote art research, completely forgetting that the while no longer connected to Bohemia Interactive that make armor, there is still the Bohemia Defense, what have you, that makes military simulators. So yeah, those boys went to a little black room for a bit. Jesus. Anyway, look, there's nothing wrong with this. This is just sugar. Why should we put the sugar? I'm gonna put the sugar over here. Got the candles. Caffeine, which is a soft meep. Oh. Oh, sorry, our guy's getting bored. We should start drinking. For a game that has us doing all sorts of just basic tasks, our character gets way too bored way too quickly. Like, you gotta enjoy the process, my guy. Building a Gundam, it's not about having a Gundam model at the end, it's about building something that's yours. Building an atomic bomb in your backyard, it's not about the explosion, it's about the journey.
Sugar, we're going down swinging.
God damn it. We're going down, dude. Yes, Caffeine, those are huge bags of powdered sugar. What musk? But our little guy is happy, and that's what matters. Exactly. Vershi's right. The real nuclear reactor were the friends we irradiated along the way. Uranium fever's got me going down. Uranium fever. Oh, I couldn't stop singing that all bloody week when we were watching the Fallout telly show. I am really guilty for certain individuals. I forget the actor's name and I can only remember the character. So the gentleman who played Jason Mendoza in The Good Place, he's always Jason Mendoza in my head. In any role that he is playing. So I was like, oh shit, Jason Mendoza was in a Star Wars thing? Oh. That's an Energizer. Stop. What's in the jars? Magic. Special magic. I think RDX mixture. It's fine, right? I can just shake that about. I was going to do my Cuban Pete impression. They call me Cuban Pete. I'm the king of the rumba beat. And I play my maracas. I go chick chicky boom, chick chicky boom. Oh, imagine you have gone in formal training, research, and knowledge for a thing, and you have to watch a British man do that thing wrong, and you can't correct him. This is Caffine's new hell. I am the hottest guy in my apartment now. The guinea pigs are still in the freezer. Uranium fever. Oh, yeah. What was that one? That was that Sega Gun Fu RPG, wasn't it? Resonance of Fate. I don't know if I told you. So I don't know him like I know you lot, but Dave Hewitt used to be at GameSpot, does EXP now. I did send him Project Silverfish as like, here is a game with some really cool guns, but it would be fucking funny to see. That show has just turned into how can you torture a guy who has firearms knowledge with the worst firearms imaginable. Alright, so. Okay, first, create a cooking setup using the bowl, the giant cupcake mold. The antenna dish is the lid. Okay, so these are our two. Because we need... Alright, let's take a little... Yeah, the scopes make it stronger. Okay, so this is how we make the... No, so Garrett, you are correct. Alright, 12 pentagonal and 20 hexagonal. Oh, God. We might have to do them one by one, at least till we get a good rhythm. Okay, hang the fuck on. Right. Okay. Pour half the distilled water into a large pot. Add the TNT, RDX, ammonium nitrate, wax, and sugar into the pot. And just repeat this process. 20 hexagonal. Shape the RDX in the dryer first. Maybe we'll take the candles off there. Okay. Is that another Steam key in there? Caffeine, it's fine. I'm a trained professional. Oh. Oh, we have to use the freezer here. Okay, yeah, there we go. Might have to reshake these. For the love of fuck, no! Oh shit, I forgot which one got properly shook, so we'll just give them another shake. 1, 2, 3. Oh god, this one nearly rolled all the way towards that open flame. Oh, would have been egg on my face. Okay. We'll close these. We'll go get a good night's sleep. We'll have a little nighttime beer. Yeah. We're just going by the James Bond methods of accelerants. Shaken, not stirred. Yeah, so yeah, so that one's already been shook. Nope. We are not going to comment on the wall-sized Listerine bottle or the gigantic toothpaste in the bathroom. Don't worry about it. I mean, Fred, I'm a professional disaster. But then I must be doing something right, dear friends, because you could be anywhere else on the internet right now. Oh, darn it. I think I lost my accelerant. I have to order some more RDX. You know how it is. So yeah, you have to make sure you're buying... Yeah, you have to make sure you're buying components with the fund, not with your personal money. But you can't use the fund accounts for beer or for gambling. Yeah, I mean, Vanderbeest, that's just a common thing when it comes to, you know, this kind of science. Not a lot of people know that. But, you know, you do have to worry about... things clipping through the universe. And yet, Fred, you come back. Alright, so... There we go. All right, and I guess there's the backup if we need it. Just chuck it around. Be safe. That's the thing about science. Sometimes science is more art than science. The money was just resting in my account. So I hear you're a racist now, Father. Are we all supposed to be doing that? All right. So pour half distilled water into a large pot. Then we add TNT, RDX, get some ammonium nitrate. Caffeine sobbing, and you can't correct me, because then you would put me on a watch list. Oh, bit of the old candle wax. Now we need sugar and then the mixture. Yeah. TJ Coyle, I'm glad you get it. Open flame, safe materials. Oh, I am supposed to be documenting my process. I forgot to take better pictures of the... Oh, and just need some RDX powder. There we go. I guess now it's chilled and shaken. Okay. So now we grab this. Excuse me. Let's grab this.
We like to call this film roll Exhibit A.
Right. Fun! Special plate for crafting explosives, blah, blah, blah. It's time for Count Von Counts. Caffeine, what's and welcome. And this can just be trash. This can just be trashy corner down here.
Yes, Your Honor, the clip of the month clearly demonstrates how the defendant...
How did you win Clip of the Month Club? Oh, I just got irrefutable evidence of Will's shenanigans. You know how it is. Yes, I mean, Caffeine, but you're already on those lists for the right reasons. Okay. Alright. Now we've just got to make a shitload more of these. Your Honor, my client was doing it for the bit. Your Honor, my client would like to plea that he's just a little guy. Let's have a little beer while we're waiting for the big stuff to cook. It turns out it was my birthday, Your Honor. Your Honor, all of my client's friends were doing it. My God, they're using the little guy defense. Oh, fuck. For those who don't know, Fred does actually have a legal grounding, so with the, Your Honor, my client is Will Overguard. That is his crime, but also his punishment. Okay, ow. Accurate, but ow. Your Honor, the prosecution will demonstrate that not only is my defendant guilty of this crime, he's also a numpty. Man, who am I getting to defend me in this? You know, the people versus Viking Blonde.
Your Honor, this man has worked in QA, and we feel he has already served his time. Insanity defense. And Nova, what and welcome. Caffeine's having just a teeny tiny little meltdown. Turns out that not only is this game very wrong, but Caffeine can't tell us why it's wrong. We call bacon, caffeine, and business fish to the stand. Oh, wait! As long as that's the only meltdown we see. Bravo, bravo! But, like, I unironically like these kinds of games. I mean, what's the difference between this and, you know, Leaf Blowing Simulator or the ilk? Okay, maybe there are some moral quandaries that may come from this, but, you know, just have another beer. Just have another beer. Oh, I'm actually getting conceptual heartburn at the amount of beer this guy's drinking. Also, FBI Wilson lives next door and has absolutely been taking photos of us. Remember, kids, it's only a moral quandary if you've got morals. Avenger, you can throw the trash over the fence. It's difficult with the larger stuff, but you can do it. Okay. We should definitely tell ourselves with yet more evidence. Okay, so yeah, all we're gonna do now is just make a shitload of these plates and jobs are good. Oh, the other thing that's interesting about this, just from like a gameplay standpoint, is it's segmented. So, like, once you've done the first part, Chapter 2 starts with everything else kind of done and cleaned away, which I really appreciate. You know, if we're gonna do a game for the bit, weirdly, I feel like that's the kind of game where if it gets destroyed by bugs or problems, people are going to have more of a hard time. Weapons of moral degradation. Well, Laoshi, if we do this, we get to decorate it. So this is going to be an arts and crafts stream somehow. Fred, all I can say to that baseless accusation is big bada boom. Okay. God, I gotta stop leaving the fridge open. Imagine the fuel. Imagine the bills. Spin the wheel of stock market. Almost. There we go. Woohoo!
and now I'll never play again. Right. What are we doing? More of these. Yeah, virals. We're making the biggest ode to the World Cup we possibly could. And look, you know what? I'm trying to make sure that I'm not just shitting on World Cup stuff. Just because, like, there's one thing, I forget who it was who posted it. You know, someone who's not particularly sports savvy and, you know, hasn't had to suffer World Cups prior, was posting in Discord about how, like, it's been making their little heart happy, you know, seeing, you know, all the little cross-culture moments, you know, the Scottish fans having fun in Boston, the Japanese fans who've been cleaning up the stadiums after and things like that. And, like, I don't want to take that away from anybody. You know, my hatred of football is a cultural trauma that comes from living in the UK for most of my life. You know, anytime I've been asked, who do you support? 9 times out of 10, it's a tee up for someone looking for an excuse to punch me in the face. You get real good at bullshitting your way out of it. Like that whole skit of like, oh, what was the ref thinking? That ludicrous display. Like, that's not a bit. You have to learn how to do that if you're a nerd. And, you know, the idea of going downtown right now and facing the crowds seems like hell on earth. But again, there have been loads of displays of lovely stuff. I guess what I'm saying is, please don't let my hatred of soccer sour the actual good moments that might be coming from this. Okay, we're gonna get our frozen treats out of the fridge. Nearly dropped that directly in an open flame. Oh, that would have been egg on my face. Am I right? Alright, you know what? That was mean. That was me almost trying to set Caffeine off. Right, what do we need? TNT and candle wax. Alright, this will be the last one we make for... I need floodlights out here. And yes, Garrett, I highly doubt that the World Cup has completely drained Boston of beer. There's probably a lot of places that have just run out. But it's a nice thing to... I know, mate. I'm just getting a beer. Goida. It's not all about you. Yeah, it's important to leave the fire unattended and we're going all night right next to a literal can of TNT. Wake up refreshed, looking out at our hard work in the backyard, little sip of the industrial quantity. Can't get into there, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, and for those of you who got in later, this is... This is in the office. Perfect, no notes. Perfect, no notes. It's a lovely day in the neighborhood. Oh, spawns a hot chocolate somewhere, restarts the stage. Where is it? I don't know. But we'll find it together. Schizophrenia pills. I think I just took those. I don't appear to have a wife anymore, but I do have a lovely picture of a tiny squirrel. But, Honestly, for all the World Cup stuff that has happened, getting to explain to Little Fire and others the whole thing about the Scots putting traffic cones on statues has been so fun. Yeah, they just look naked without their little hats. Sorry, the reason why I went on that is I realised that, yes, we are essentially going to build a gigantic soccer ball from all these shapes. And that I could make a very, very poignant declaration towards my feelings about FIFA. Aeon, you know what? It's gotten to that point now where I've been outside of the UK in general for so long, I can't really comment, right? You know, I can say that a lot of the quote-unquote lads culture that I grew up with, the beer was actually surprisingly weak. The problem was always quantity, right? You know, I didn't really understand, like, the whole concept of the quote-unquote beer belly until I realised it's because, you know, a lot of the lads do nothing but just drink low APV lager all the time. Get fucked, Wilson. So no, it's no wonder everybody had huge fucking beer guts. But there is a lot of you here have been back to the UK more recently than I have, and hopefully it's gotten way better over there. TNT and candle lights. Well, so Aeon, what does happen to a lot of Europeans that come out this way is that they encounter like the American style drinking, i.e., you know, shot chaser style. And when they get a shot and they realize that there is no standard measure for it, boy howdy. Oh yeah, so DJ Coil, I accidentally ordered 2 hexagonal and not a pentagonal molds. Fucking egg on my face, am I right? Alright, we're nearly done with this one. Oh, one thing that did make me laugh, though, I don't know how true this is, but I saw today that Washington State has had to issue a warning to tourists visiting Seattle and the surrounding areas by the strength of weed. Now, whether this is true or not, I haven't had the time to confirm it, but apparently there has been a huge uptick in people having to go to the hospital because they've had Washington strength weed and it's fucking destroyed them. Oh! So friends. Actually, no, you know what? That's not a... The TSA has apparently stopped people trying to bring ranch dressing back in their carry-ons. You don't know! Cool Ranch is a flavour of Doritos you can get in the UK, but we all assumed that the ranch is a location. That it's just some American cowboy naming convention thing. Sugar. I mean, all I can say, Nova, is my first time having proper Seattle weed. I magic dolled. Like, you can argue Canadian West Coast weed versus American West Coast weed strength. And I am naught but a bystander in this discussion. But I can tell you that what people may or may not have had access to in places like Amsterdam, where it's legal, we're not talking about illegal weed because we would never condone the use of illegal substances, even whilst making our fictitious nuclear bomb. But it is extremely funny to me. Oh hey, we're in an area where it's legal. Derek, do you want to just smoke a fatty? Why can't I feel my legs? Why have I lost the concept of time? Okay. Okay. Oh my god, we have to make so many of these. Oh well. This is my lot in life. No one made me play this game except for me. What else does it need? Oh, more ammonium nitrate. Nova, done. The problem is I've now got enough tolerance for spices to really get myself into trouble. I would not say that I have a great spice tolerance, more that just like... Little Fire made a chicken fried rice thing last time Flodo was on the show. It was fucking gorgeous. And I had enough heat tolerance to kind of keep eating, meaning that I could very, very quickly overwhelm myself with the spices. And I think that would be it, Vershi. Like, I think I would enjoy that. I would hurt, but I would enjoy it. Yeah, candles. Yeah, we're out of candles. No, we said Will is intolerant of spices. There are certain peppers that I do want to claim vengeance against. Oh, the other thing, because I realized I hadn't talked about this one, is ages ago I did that video where I ate that pepper and it was funny, ha 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 ha. The thing that I always forget to mention is that, because in the UK you can't just buy habaneros and Scotch bonnets in the store like you can here. You have to order them online. They hurt. They hurt me. Like, knowing what I know now, that was not the light, easy British version. Yeah, and Aeon, that does make me feel better. Like, yeah, no, those weren't just habaneros. But the thing was, is I was reading about them online, and I know it's stupid for me to say, because I'm the one who's always saying, like, alcohol's not just its APV, right? You know, you can take two spirits that are the same APV and they can affect you differently. You know, I was ordering habaneros based on, like, Scoville and whatnot. Because I didn't know what I was going to be able to get access to and stuff like that. So I didn't know. You know, the most I'd ever seen was, I remember watching a documentary on people who do, like, competitive spice contests and things like that. Not to be confused with Spice World, where the Spice Girls reside. Because whilst their catchphrase was spice up your life, surprisingly lack of spice contests. I don't know if Lance is still chilling, because I might have sent this to Caffeine as well, but I found this video online that fucking cracked me up, and it was Metal Gear Solid, but Spice Girls. Colonel, do you ever think it's fucked up? Sorry, Colonel, do you think the Spice Girls picked their own names? The fuck are you talking about, Snake? Well, think about it. The only non-white member of the Spice Girls was called Scary Spice, and that's fucked up. Metal Gear, it can't be! Oh, sorry, so Zeke, always lovely to see you. Zeke, I'm hoping the answer is yes, because you are not a dingus by any means. But did you see, the name is escaping me right now, that there is a What If Metal Gear But You Played as the Handler game doing the rounds for Next Fest? It looks really good. But yeah, one can only imagine what the true world of Spice might have looked like. I survived Spice Mania. A few of us here did. Many do not truly understand what that time was like in the UK. However, multiple Spice Girls songs did help knock Mr. Blobby, you know... Okay, I am pretty sure, I would need to look it up to confirm my theory, but I do remember it being a Spice Girls song that did knock Mr. Blobby off the British charts. I was like, oh, we discovered Mr. Blobby, he's so weird, he's so funny. He had a #1 hit single! Ooh. So Zeke, this one's more like Duskers in terms of how you move the... like how you're directing the character and whatnot, but that sounds fucking cool. Well, Aeon, then you have to ask yourself, if that's the case, if the Spice Girls are responsible for the spice and the spice must flow, then to what degree are the Spice Girls the proto-Bene Gesserit? I'm just asking questions here. I'm just asking questions. Questions that no person should ask. Apparently it's do caffeine and damage night here in the Longship. And once again, one of you lot is being funnier than me. It's not fair. It's not fair. Caffeine, we're just cooking. We're just cooking. It's a cooking stream. It's a cooking stream. Don't even worry about it. Now you're probably wondering, Will, isn't that a demon core? Shh. So yeah, Caffeine, welcome to Friday night in the Longship. Our demon core is made. We're just making some little creations here. It's fine. It's fine. I'm still building the plates. Okay. actually. We'll have one... No, you know what? We'll take the day. We'll take the day. We'll have a little snooze. We're making extremely big cupcakes. Right you are, Virals. Right you are. Now, we took our... Okay, so as long as we take our schizophrenia meds, we don't... Well, we don't see our wife, but also... the elemental state. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh yeah, and I think I want this actually as a picture. Ooh! They swapped the nuke and hot chocolate buttons around. Ah, nearly fooled me. God, instead of having a delicious hot chocolate, I nearly killed us all. I got into a good rhythm now for making the pieces. Oh, we're gonna have seasoning. We're gonna get some more. The thing that I find fascinating now is how we can just have multiple physics objects like that just stacked up in a corner, and it does not obliterate the game. Oh, they dropped the candles in the fire. That was really bad. Alright, sugar and ammonium nitrate. It certainly was not always the case. It was one of the things where, like, oh, what was it called? I forget the name of the engine. The website was called, like, Instant Action. And their goal was to make an, like a Flash-like engine that ran in browser, so that people could make quote-unquote online games you could just play. Ultimately, it never came to much. But the big problem was 3D games could not have any fucking physics stuff in. Hell, the fact that, what was it, Unreal Tournament 2004 had physics, but only in very specific death cases. Because anything more than that would just fucking nuke the game. Drop the ammonium nitrate there in the fire. Oh, that would have been bad. TNT on an open fire. Okay. Getting through it. I'm quite sure how many more we have to make, but we'll keep going. And true, like Minnesota, there were lots of engines that could do lots of physics objects because they just went, nah, don't worry about precision. You know, a lot of the ragdoll bodies couldn't really stack into each other and things like that. Always makes me laugh the amount of ragdoll you could do in Bloodborne with enemy corpses still makes me chortle. But like, think about this, there are so many physics objects at play here, and I'm just stacking up the fucking leftovers in the corner. Like, that should be exploding right now. The fact that I can put a bunch of these in a wheelbarrow, move the wheelbarrow round, and use that to then unload everything without the whole game just tanking. I don't know. I'm trying not to think about the UE6 stuff. UE5 just had so much promise. There was so much to it that, like, to get excited about. And yeah, sure, the performance of UE5 when you turn on all those spangly features is not good. But, like, still, like, Lumen, Nanite, shit like that, like, holy fuck. And now we've just got, like, a weird fucking indie game that, yeah. Weird fucking indie games that get to do it all. Oh, sorry, our little guy's getting bored. Time for beer! I still think this little guy's got to learn how to love the process, but that's just me. He doesn't like sitting still. I know, the soundtrack absolutely... Wait, get back here! Oh, you. Explosive plate, you. Nearly set off there. What was I... What would I have done, eh? Oh, egg on my face. Hopefully we can have enough stuff. Like, we can't order more, but... You know, damn. Yeah, you know, I'm sorry, friends. I don't really have much in the way of, like, stories or tales to tell. Like I said, last night, I read a book. It was very good. It was called Smoke City, and honestly, the less you know going in, the better. I bought it because I had a buy two get one free in the local bookstore. However, the jazz band just started up as I was trying to pick my and get one free book, and I believe it would have done Jess's noggin an actual damage to stand there and browse for 20 hours. So I was like, fuck it, this one looks cool, grabbed it. And it was really good. So it's mostly been my little noggin and talking to itself. Fred, I can't even make the business fish jokes I wanna, because they're all spoilers. Oh, sorry, I just saw Avengers saying they love Armor's physics. 95% of the time, works exactly as you expect, but there's just that one critical moment where it could go absolutely haywire. And that keeps it spicy. We've made so many of these. This has become an endurance test now. Okay. Alright. So after this one, let's see how many we've got left to do. So we got this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, so we've got 5 left to do. So, believe in the me that believes in you. Go in the gun. Yeah, so I was hoping you all had found like a hidden cache of gems on Steam Next Fest, so I could plumb the depths for conversation. You know, I guess like, I mean, what do I want to talk about? I don't know. For all the bullshit we're having to put up with you know, shitey UE6 stuff, it does make me happy how far we've come with engines and how much fucking fun it is. Yeah, and Nova, Iron Lung movie be good. I am looking forward to actually having like a proper in-depth banter about it, but we can't do it on stream because I think that's one that's best not spoiled. Even if you've played Iron Lung, it's very, very good. Now, Jess hadn't had the chance to play Iron Lung before watching the movie, so I'm going to be very interested to see what she thinks of the game, having seen the movie. But there are loads of folks that I haven't had the chance to respond to proper. Everything has the audacity to keep happening so much. Alright, we're almost there. We're almost there. It is more lighthearted, yeah. Well, and it goes around to this thing where, like, I'm trying not to just be like a la la la, nothing is wrong, everything is fine. But at the same time, like, it's easy to just fall into the misery. You know, to be constantly bombarded by Toy Story 5s and, you know, and straight up lack of creative fun things to look forward to and forget that, like, yo, some of the biggest movies of this year have all been like weird, independent, creative. She's like, but Will, have you considered being so independently wealthy? Oh! The jump button. You can't jump. And when I hit it, it said, no, you're not 20 anymore. Because in video games, every character can do like fucking mad hops. That's fine. Alright. But yeah, no, Vershi, sadly, I have far too much of a moral compass to become independently wealthy. And the only way to become independently wealthy with a moral code is just dumb fucking luck. And I've used up all of my dumb luck. So yeah. Okay. So friends, we've got 2 more cores to go. I'm just going to take a quick little break. If you all could look after the... if you all could look after the Totally Not an Atomic Bomb for me for just a second. And I'll be right back.
Quick! While he's away. Sneak. Snook.
Hello, hello. Sorry about that. Of course the music dies when I go AFK. And Baron, Terra, thank you. A little teeny tiny squad. Thank you all. Right. This creation of hubris, this mankind destroyer of worlds isn't going to make itself. We've only got 2 more left to make. But I will say, so Baron, I am jelly for the Costco visit. So we've done a couple of hot dog nights over here that have sated my food court hot dog cravings. Honestly, if I had a bigger freezer, I would probably make more of an effort to tag along on somebody else's Costco runs. Get back here. Right, almost done with these. Yeah, of course you're a Costco hot dog, because you're not Loon. You're right, Costco-sized ramen packs don't require a fridge, but they don't have the brand that I'm after. My brand. I mean, Baron, that'll make for an excellent first chapter in your book. I'm actually going to start writing my book and stop talking about it. Wait, Aeon, are you telling me that Costco has like the proper OG noodles? Because that's something else. All right, you finished the hardest part. Weapons of mass destruction don't really seem to catch your interest, don't they? Well, really seem to catch your interest, don't they? Now it's time to assemble the parts. Hooray! All right. See if. FBI narc Wilson is there. Okay. So on our to-do list, raise $60,000 on Slick Starter, buy the outer casing and the gadget components from the auction, assemble the outer casing, assemble the gadget, take a photo of your masterpiece. All right. A little snooze first. Y'all want to try some Demon Core bowling? Oh, I've got to take our pills. Oh, chocolate button. I actually haven't found the hot chocolate yet. But I will. I will. Okay. Oh, this part's getting a little close to the flowers over there, so. And Heldorf, Watto and welcome. You want sports ball? I'll show you sports ball. Wee. I got an achievement there that says strike. You just played bowling with the most wrong sphere on Earth. Hope you're happy. Oh, Aeon just beat Subnautica 2. Oh. Do not use the core for bowling. Sincerely, me. Whoopsie! Okay, so let's have a look at our to-do list. Well, let's get the cache first. The old stick starter. Oh my life. You can only click it when it's green. Get me with that teal. This is not the last mini game where you had to do it like correctly 5 times in a row. Actually, Aeon, it is 2 half spheres. We just glued them together. If you can lend me a screwdriver, I'll show you. Just gonna do this bloody mini game. God damn it! It's kind of like those old, click to win an iPhone, except for it's the components for a gigantic weapon of mass destruction. Okay. All right. Gadget and outer skeleton props. Okay. Alright, so we've done that now. Buy the outer casing. So what do we need? Outer component, welding machine, ladder. I don't suppose we can buy these here, can we? Oh yeah, ladder, welding machine. I'll get some more beers as well. Exactly, DJ Core's right. As long as you glue all the different pieces together, it keeps the radiation in, which makes it totally safe. Oh wait, are we gonna need 2 ladders? Might need to pick up a second ladder. You know, safety first and all that. Wouldn't want to get an OSHA violation on my current creation. I do want to see if we can get this together as quick as, because I want to have a little contest as to best sticker slogan to go on it. It's not going to take me 15 hours to write. Oh! NSA Wilson's back. Caffine wants to write just don't on it. Hey, NSA Wilson. Fine, doesn't talk to me. Now, obviously, the perfect one would be I'd rather be watching the 1999 masterpiece The Mummy starring Brendan Fraser. Where the bloody hell did it go? Sturdy Kiwi. This is arts and crafts night. I don't know what you're talking about. This is super safe. Caffeine's here. We're well supervised.
The Smug Glamour shop is happy to announce new infrared lenses. Installation and camera eye socket required.
Haunting. Nikari, thank you for the bits. You know, I think in case of emergency works pretty well. Party starter. What was the name of the big firework from Lord of the Rings? Man, Wilson does not want to talk to me. Arts and crafts and squats. Fine. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The Komodo 3000. How do we know if it goes off? Okay, right. So we've got the welding gear. Okay, we need to get the outer components. So online market. Smoking garden gnome, Imperial Ming Dynasty porcelain vase. 5 years usage rights for the word banana. Antique leather bound Latin manuscript. Philosopher's stone. Unpinned grenade from World War II in a jar. Half-eaten cookie with Kojima's bite marks. Schrodinger's box. Oh, here we go. Right, so. Damn. That was definitely expensive. At least, at least they brought it in easy. Don't worry about it. The beep noise or the cha-ching noise? Oh, I thought I'd done something. Sorry, if you've just gotten here, there's a... It's a quick beep. Who are they using? I don't know. Assume if you order this stuff on the if you order this stuff black market, you get it expedited delivery. Okay. I'm so determined to finish this. So okay, so far the winners are don't and in case of emergency. Instant isekai button. Oh, actually, I didn't check through all of this. Okay, so first assemble the legs of the gadget and weld them together with the welding machine. Alright. Better get some beer for that. Oh, Acme's good. Whoopsie! Alright, let's get the old welder. My eyes! Boy, I sure do love crafting in video games. May need to have a little conversation with Rudism about not doing this game. You know, reasons. Okay. Alright, so now it's these bits. Ooh. Total sense. Maybe we haven't done anything shady enough, you know, NSA Wilson to actually call the feds on us. I feel like he should have, though. Sorry, I just like to imagine Caffeine's just giving up. Right, no. Fuck this. I was thinking this was more scrap heap challenge C222, but yeah. How are you doing, friend? Okay. Assemble the side panels and bottom panels. Next, place the explosive plates you prepared in the core inside. There we go. Jobs are good, you see. I can also start putting these bits over here if we wanna. Just got, you know, making sure there's somewhere for it to go. Sorry, people just said for Caffeine. This is the game development sim of add multiplayer button. Remember, Caffeine, you can't correct them. Aw, little guy's unhappy because I drink beer about it. What are you talking about, PVS? I look back and my eyes are like little pinpricks. It's fine. It's fine. And we didn't use a rebreather when we were making the other stuff. Gloves. Gloves. Proper ventilation protection. Nerds. Caffeine, we assembled a demon core by hand. We are super dead. Make you wonder how Bruce Banner ever thought he was going to be okay. Ah. Night falls. And NSA Wilson's not talking to us anymore, so... time for a snooze before we continue our work! Maybe that's what we can put on the side of the bomb. Like, we can just phonetically write... Did I ever tell you all that was once the single most downloaded mod on Steam? When the Steam Workshop was... Steam Workshop was first implemented. So, the single most downloaded mod was for Streets of Rage. And it replaced the NPC death sound with the tool time. Yeah. Huh. Okay, so that's not correct. We need one of these guys. Caffeine just saying, if you get a mildly severe dose of radiation, slamming a case of beer to try and flush as much as you can from your system. Not a total cure, but can help until medical professional. Huh. And now we know. I think that's one of these. Yeah, though somehow, Fred, I don't think G.I. Joe would be on our side for this crafting project. You know what I'm saying? So what should the Shrug store sell? Aside from... Oh, we put the core in. Hey, Demon Core. You had fun being a little bowling ball. Oh, here we go. This is unsafe. Well, thank you. We've got secure ladders. It's a big soccer ball. Exactly, Virals. In fact, this is a soccer ball, a bowling ball inside a soccer ball, which means that we can partake of 2 sports simultaneously. That's just smart. That's a Bit of a personal question there. Whether or not our character actually has a wife, we've neither confirmed nor denied. High chance our character is not all there. I don't think this is a game that's meant to be analysed at a narrative and artistic level. Okay. So in theory, yeah, we've got this one should go here. And all of these suckers, and the last one should be the big bastard. I expect a 40-minute Jacob Geller video on this game in 5 months. Yeah. I've watched and rewatched his video on Wanted Dead to make sure I'm not just treading the same ground. And I could see it. Okay, middle bit's done. Getting this all together. I find myself needing to ask Akari, have you seen Jacob's Ladder? Just I tell you, if I had the time, what I would definitely add for the decoration of this is the Final Fantasy MMO meme.
I'm actually developing a fighting game where all the characters are bees. Gonna call it Dead or Alive.
Fuck. That's the Silk Song sequel that we really deserve. God. Imagine how quickly we're gonna get a sequel to Silk Song. I promise I don't just pick activities and games that are going to do caffeine at damage. But it does seem to be a byproduct. Sorry, and Vershi, thank you for the bits again. So I don't know if you should be funding this activity today. I don't think I should be encouraged. Caffeine. No using extremely hot thing near explosive caffeine. It'll be fine. It's cold welding. Man, wiring is so easy. God. I'm just saying, Mr. Oh, it's so difficult to make a nuke, and I'm the destroyer of worlds.
It's black cord to black cord, not black cord to black cord.
Oh. Oh, shit. Akari, did I get one of those the wrong way round? Fuck. We'll go back and we'll swap them around. It'll be fine. I think I've got a black cord to black cord adapter as well, so we should be okay. Okay. Assemble the outer casing and take a photo of your masterpiece. Alright, I'll drink some beer about it. But yeah, Akari, I feel the shrug store is either a scarf or shawl. You know, kind of like one of those stands they used to have in the mall. Yeah, the idea that we did all of this kind of backwards. And so we get to the end of it and just nothing happens. Let's go back to my my Sonic Smooth Jams. Here we go. Hang on, I think we've got another. Yeah, there we go. Bring this back. Some nice relaxing music while we... Oh, God. Our character's vision seems to be getting a little bit weird. That's probably fine, right? Like, that can't be due to radiation or beer consumption or anything like that. Guess some of us never really stopped playing Oh, hear me now. That nearly got messy. Files, this is how I see the world. Our character's gonna need to get contact lenses. Or possibly treatment for radiation poisoning. One or t'other. You're right, Evil Geek. What we should do is we should drink more beer while we're assembling this nuke. And then, like, compare the results. You know, I wanted to do a crafting stream this weekend, and it's nice that we're going to do that. Also, I definitely think that somebody at New Type, the store online where I used to buy my Gundams, I do think someone there is watching these streams. Because every time I say aloud, oh, you know, paycheck's finally here, woohoo! I will immediately get an email from New Type being like, hey, do you know we have this new deal on Gundams? This one used to be $170, now it's only $165. Shenanigans. Now here's my question: where's the speed run of this? Oh, the speedrun was inside of me the whole time. Maybe I could be the first. What I have to do is be the first and then be insufferable about it, and then I could start a speedrunning community. Melted bits of metal falling back onto my face. This is so safe. This game is not on speedrun.com. Okay. I mean, I have always been essentially the opposite of a speedrunner. As in, take my fucking time over it. I When do we get to start decorating it? Oh, I should probably do it from the inside. That's safer. No ventilation. My character's eyes might be going completely fuzzy. Drink more beers about this. Or either my character's eyes are going fuzzy or my eyes are going fuzzy, and I don't know which. This seems fine. Okay, so Akari, so what would the ugly shopping district sport of choice be? So it's a mountain town, and it's set somewhere roughly in the 90s, right? Alright, take a photo of the masterpiece. Alright. I feel like How Long to Beat is for, like, disgruntled... You made it to stage 4. Caught a bit of radiation, but don't worry about it. Oh boy. Oh shit. We got a button. Alright, let's have a beer. Let's see if NSA Wilson wants to talk to us anymore. No? Stage 4 is an appropriate term. Okay, let's see what we got. Just a little... Okay, so that's red. Are they all red? Oh, damn. Alright, friends. So, aside from drinking beer and maybe snoozing, it's time to decorate and light this mamma jamma. So Viral says the How Long to Beat for their game. Story, 1.5 hours. Completionist, 165. Fucking yo. Alright. So, what are we writing on this Mother Hubbard? We never did find that hot chocolate. Oh, we got to write TTP. Obviously. So yeah, TTP. Caffeine says, learn to love me. I'll put that over this side. I think Nope's got to go prevalent. Oh no! Okay, it doesn't like cursive. Well, I'll finish it anyway, but damn, learn. Blah. Okay, so Nope is still our current big one. powerful spell of all time. Nope. Oh, thank you. I got a little chipotle bowl. One of the things that we have been indulging in is black garlic. Black garlic plus avocado is god tier. Okay. Please put Mug Store on here. There. Okay. Could an unhinged man make this? Do I seem like I'm in emotional distress? Well, it's supposed to be soup, but it came out swoop. What do you mean you're at soup? Boom. Quack. Swoop, there it is. QQQ. Like, this is the true joy of this game. Oh. Oh, I have to be careful with my can control. Oh, I've got space for honk. It is a lovely summer's afternoon, and you are a terrible goose. Okay. We have nope. We have soup. You're at soup. I mean, sure, we could draw a penis on this, but we're a better class of criminal. The old soup place. Soup? What do you mean you're at soup? Soup. Soup face. Still so proud of that running water pun. I've noticed that NSA Wilson hasn't had shit to say to us in quite some time. Can we launch it? Can we? Are we ready? The big soup. All right. Drink a few beers first. Want to be feeling good. See, look at that little happy face. Well, I don't necessarily think we are going to launch it, as it does lack any kind of propellant or anything to launch it into the air. But I think we're going to light this party candle. Okay. Well, friends. There's the thumbnail. Or maybe soup. Arts and crafts night. Let's go. So. Okay. Would you all like to try count me down? I'm hoping that sound effect is our character's heart rate, not mine. Okay. By the power invested in Baron von Sheeping to the Third. 322! Rover's it! What?
Boom.
Big bada boom. Oh. The achievement was bye-bye, Ohio. You did it. Something tells me we're not going to the pearly gates after that one. This is fine. Yay! Daily news. France surrenders. Rent prices finally drop. You can place your advertisement here or something. I don't know. Chess 2 released after a long wait. After the long break, the developer of Chess is back to announce the highly anticipated sequel. The creator decided to update the classic game with a new generation of young addicts. There we go. The end. That's all for now. Hope you had fun. Leave a review, helps both me and other players, and can't decide? Maybe fate can choose for you. Should we spin the wheel of reviews? Are 100% legit? Definitely not rigged. Damn, well, we'll spin it again. Said, not rigged. So I think our character in the background is still cracking beers. Oh! And there we go. Friend, that was how to build an atomic bomb in your back garden. Wait, no, that's the Steve. Yeah. We did not get every achievement. We did not water the plants. Cursed. You are cursed for the rest of your days. Don't worry, it won't be that long. Either you love gambling or you just managed your money not well. You've made over 20 trades. And with that crazy strong arm, launched 20 objects over the fence. Okay. Friends, that was building a bomb in our backyard. For a second there, I think it was going to work. Yeah. You're all welcome. That definitely took simultaneously longer and somehow less time than I was expecting. So, okay. So I think what we're going to do, friends, bring our adventures to a close here. I know it's a little earlier than when we'd usually close up on a Friday night, but I don't have anything quick to dive into. And tomorrow we're going to do a double header. So tomorrow we're doing the Grindhouse double feature of Blood Maul, which if you haven't seen Blood Maul, you know what? I'll give you a little Blood Maul retaped. This will be our opening gambit tomorrow. We're trapped in a mall with a dinosaur, and it's up to us to save the day. Right. This is going to be cheesy. This is going to be over the top. This is going to be ridiculous. And then after that, we're going to do a game called Mole. Sorry, I shouldn't say it like that. We're doing Mole after that, which I'm sure a bunch of you know. So Mole is Iron Lung with extra steps. You are controlling some kind of like post-Soviet drill that's going straight down. Which it might be weird, it might be terrifying, it might just be fucking awesome. But it's one I've been really, really, really wanting to play. So I figure we get to do like silly laughs and over-the-top silliness first, and then we see what Mole has to offer us. Well, so the thing is, placeholders stopped responding to my messages again after they didn't show up last week, so, you know. So, Aeon, when you ask, do I know about the borehole project? Is this like a borehole these nuts joke setup? Am I supposed to respond with who's Steve Jobs? What the fuck? So they did actually make like a directly straight down. Okay, so Aeon, tomorrow we will get into the paint about all of this because this is fascinating and I knew nothing about this. Like, I didn't realize Mole was based on real science shit. So yeah, tomorrow we have ourselves a Grindhouse doubleheader. I hope you'll all come by for it. So yeah, all that's left is for me to do my thank yous, and yeah. Sorry, I just saw virals. Remember, kids, Steve Jobs is dead, but I'm not. If you're reading this, I have gone to fight Steve Jobs in whatever afterlife awaits me. Anyway, sorry. Both of tomorrow's games are ones I'm looking forward to, and this was a lot of fun. I mean, this was a vehicle for conversation and hangouts, and sometimes that's all you need. Anyway, before I start waxing poetical and losing what few marbles I have left, I would like to say a cacophony of thank yous. So, Virus, our long-running sub of the night. Seriously, thank you, mate. It's kind of wild that we've been hanging out now for nearly 50 months. Probably slightly more than that. To Vershi, Ehrman, Scotty, Vanderbeest, Simple Chaos, Verdant, Baron von Sheepington III, Akari, Bacon, and J-Post. Seriously, fucking thank you for chucking in. Absolute legends to the last. And on top of that, Verdant, Scotty, and Simple Chaos throwing in even more bits for both Chaos and oversized emotes. To Restless Roots and Q Cubed, thank you for bringing raids in. You know, you brought your crowds over to a stream about, and I quote, how to make an atomic bomb in your back garden. That's a thing that you did today. And last but by no means least, thank you to all the mods, like Nova, Moose, Caffine, Toll, like, thank you for looking after stuff while I've been absent. I really appreciate it. So that's it. I don't have anywhere to pass you all. So, whatever you do for the rest of your evening, have a fucking good one. If you find any hidden gems on that Steam Next Fest over the next couple of days, throw them into arcade. But yeah, happy Friday, we did it. I'll see your beautiful selves tomorrow. Good night, friends.